What's up, Zipknot? What's up, Treppy? Reporter. How's everybody doing today? What's up, Duncan? We're getting started in a minute. Today we're going to be playing marbles and looking at your homebrew magic items and monsters. And also, you know, probably going on tangents if you're like, I have this subclass feature I can't figure out. That's a great way to make me go on a tangent for 20 minutes. The sharp-dressed bear. Welcome back. Bonjour! Wait a second, let me pop into frame. You ready? Here we go. Okay. Oh, there's now you guys get to say hi. Everybody there's not that many of you yet, but you can say hi. Just say hi. I need to be there we go. Oh, you guys see my buddy in the back? You see him? See my buddy? He's a good guy. What's up, Avenge? Yeah, we love a tangent. Alright, we made it. What's up? By the way, guys, I got a little bit weird with my layout. I'll show you in a bit. I'll give you a clue. You want to see a clue? That's the clue. If you have ever seen my streams before, when I used to do them a year ago before I started doing it again, you will recognize that. Frank, how you doing, buddy? How does Homebrew review work now? I just posted my monster in the Discord chat. So the way that we're doing it is instead of using a wheel, we are playing the game Marbles. And the way that you play Marbles is in the Twitch chat. When the game is up, you just type !play. I'll show you. It's very easy to do. And then you are in the race, and then we have a little Marbles race, and whichever one wins the race is what we look at. It's a little bit more fun. Gives me a little bit of downtime between reviews. And then, you know, if you're around and you want to talk about it, we can chat. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. The difference is instead of me running all of the back-end tech through Google Docs and Google Drive, I just let the game do it. The only, genuinely the only downside is that you need to be in the Twitch chat to participate in it. But you only need to be in for like a second. You don't need to hang. You don't need to stay there. You know? You know what I'm talking about? Something's rotten in the state of Cindermark? Ooh, I hope not, Marco da Sune. You have a spicy one today? Ooh, Mona Lisa. Yeah, so if you're watching on YouTube, amazing. Keep watching on YouTube if that's what you prefer. But in order for you to participate in the game, you're going to need to pop over onto YouTube for a slice. Or Twitch, excuse me. And the Ko-Fi subclass review commissions are open. No pressure. I think what I'm also going to start doing probably next week, not this week because it's too late in the week, but I think next week I'm going to make Sunday a little bit of, I want to look at some of the homebrew on Unearthed Arcana again and do Homebrew Helper, but I think Sunday might just be a subclass day. So that it's not always a commission-based thing. Maybe. I don't know. I got to think about it. Unearthed Arcana dropped. I didn't watch. I looked at the new. I didn't look at any of it. I watched 2 of Treant Monk's videos, and it sounds like they really fucked the new monk. Have you guys seen the new monk? Where is it? Let's see. We can look at it for a second. Where are you at, new monk? New Unearthed Arcana. I bet this will get us there. Here we go. Look at the new tattoo monk. Wait. Show me the homebrew. This is annoying. Okay. So, check this out. The new monk. So if you don't remember the original, okay, so this is an Unearthed Arcana new monk, and it's the tattooed monk, which is like an idea that everyone wants, right? Everybody wants to do the tattooed monk. Super popular. Oh, I can't, how many homebrew of these have we seen? 100 million, right? Okay. So they made the Unearthed Arcana tattooed monk, and it was terrible. It was basically all of the worst parts of the old elemental monk, the Way of the Four Elements monk, but on steroids. Literally every single feature was just you spend too many key points to cast a mediocre spell. Occasionally you get like a ribbon feature on top of that for a short period of time, but it was nothing. It was so bad. And what's frustrating is while I do like the concept in that at each level you're sort of picking between different options, like I like the core idea, it still sucks. It's still just like not very good. It's just not good. At third level, this is everything you get at third level, okay? At third level, you pick one magical tattoo. You get 2 animal tattoos, excuse me, not 1, 2. 10-foot blind sight is pretty good, but using Dex for your jump is nothing. Guidance is good, but not like crazy. It's not like a subclass. Advantage on a single attack roll is also okay, but not great. Message is fun, but again, it's not a subclass. And increasing your movement speed by 10 feet when you use Step of the Wind is stupid. You're already increasing your movement speed by double. It's like you're putting a hat on a hat. And it's the same thing with patient defense. We're already patient defending. Do something, I don't know. It's just not exciting. It's not doing anything. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, all of the levels are kind of like this, unfortunately. They're very underwhelming. Celestial Tattoo is just a joke. You pick one of these 3 features. Each one allows you to waste a key point to get a bonus on a skill check that you have to decide to use before you make the roll. So it's not even like you could, you know what I mean? It's not even like after you roll, you could do another one to try to, I don't know. It's just, it's nothing. It's a bad 6th level feature. 11th level is also pretty bad. It's just a damage resistance. I mean, we like a damage resistance. Don't get me wrong. Damage resistance is pretty good, but that's it. It's nothing. 1 damage resistance at 11th level. You know how long it takes to get to 11th level? It takes so long to get to 11th level. And this is the gift that we are given? And then 17th level is the only one that's like halfway decent. Which is like, you can fly and shoot lasers, or you get a breath attack, or you can cast Mirror Image super cheap. And then the last one is like, you get hit point regeneration, which I also think is kind of boring. So yeah, I haven't looked at all of them. I literally just watched Treant Monk's video on the tattooed warrior monk thing, and it just got me frustrated. I didn't look at any of the other ones. But they exist, if you guys want to look at them. Stupid. What was your design insight on the monk? Player feedback showed that the initial design did not succeed at delivering the fantasy of the subclass. Accurate. Wait here, let me make it a little smaller so you can't see it. Anything interesting? No, they don't have anything interesting to say. They're just telling us, they're just literally telling us what it does. Anyway, one day they'll fix the Ranger. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't have any issues with the Ranger. I got into a conversation with somebody in the Discord about it. I feel like Rangers got mostly fixed with Tasha's optional rules. I don't think it needed much more than that. I think the only thing that I think there's an argument for is you turn Hunter's Mark into a feature that doesn't require concentration, not a spell. But other than that, I pretty much think Rangers are fine. Is that a crazy person thing to think? Or is that a rational man thing to think? I don't know. The Shadow Dark Ranger is so good that I have a hard time playing them in D&D now. Oh, I don't know Shadow Dark, so I can't speak to that. So, what are we doing today, friends? Who knows what the plan is? The plan is simple, as my good friend Ludwig always says. We are going to be playing a game, and we are going to be looking at some of your homebrew. Today, specifically, we are looking at monsters and magic items. If you have a monster or a magic item that you would like me to look at today, before we even get into it, I want you to post it in the Discord in the appropriate channel. Moot Point already did it. It's linked in the announcement tab, so that if you win the race, we can just find it in the Discord and look at it. So I would, if you have a piece of homebrew you want me to look at today, post it in that forum already. And then other people can look at it too there too. So get in there if you want to. I'm creating a Charlie Kirk Space Marine from Respect. He's their Primarch. Obviously, they are hardcore for the Emperor. I think that's weird. Okay. I'm not... I was not a big fan of the guy. We don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. But I pretty much don't like anything he said, ever. But you should do whatever you want to do to respect whoever you want to respect. I'm not going to stop you. I probably am not going to support it, but I'm not going to stop it. You know what I mean? What's up, moral support? Oh, Pat, you wrapped early? You want to join me on the call? You are more than welcome to. Let me know if you want to join. Let me show you guys how this is gonna work. This is pretty chill. It's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. I mean, we could just hang for a little bit first. Oh my god, I watched such a good movie. I saw the Long Walk. It was so good. What's up, Lined Office? It was so sad. It put me in such a weird mood for the day. Such a weird mood. Oh my goodness. But it was very good. It was another one of those movies where it's so simple. And it's executed so well. You're like, wah! You make me sad, but you're so good at doing it. I have not read the book. I'm sure it's very good. Some people didn't like that the book was different than the movie and the ending. Spoilers, I guess. Sorry. But I felt like I learned the book ending after I saw the movie, and I'm going to be honest, I think both are good. I don't think either is... honestly, I don't think it changes almost anything. I don't think it changes the message. I don't even really think it changes the ending. The larger ethos of the story is still there. Oh my goodness, guys, we got a special guest joining us. I think my dear Dungeon Master, Patrick Perney. What's up, Snowy Saber? How's it going? Oh man, Snowy Saber is on a rough quest. Rough quest. Aligned Office, I'm glad you're here for the convo. Snowy is on a mission to do a revised Ranger. Such a challenge, man. Such a challenge. I'm sure that it's less of a challenge for anyone that feels strongly about it, because if you feel strongly about it, there's almost certainly something very specific within the Ranger that you think needs to be fixed. So you have at least some, like, goalposts to shoot for. But I have yet to see a revised Ranger that, in my opinion, wasn't just a very complicated way of getting to the same feeling, or just, like, such minor tweaks to the order of operations and things that I feel like I almost want to be like, if this works for your home game, do it. but your creative energy is better spent building something new than fine tweaking these details. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, buddy. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Do what you want. You know, if you want to make a revised Ranger, if that's what brings you joy, bring yourself that joy. I just think you're treading, I think it's swimming in real thick water. You're soupy swimming. But maybe some people like swimming in the soup. You know what I mean? The main reason, if this is a very personal opinion, but the only thing that really convinces me that you should make a revised version of a class, let me rephrase that. The only thing that is going to convince me to be excited about your revised version of a class is if what you are revising is so dramatic that the core class is completely different. So, for example, Laser Llama, I think is the guy's name, he did a revised Artificer that was completely different, and basically it was built around a crafting system that was built for it. And, like, that was cool, because it was like, that is just not what the Artificer does in D&D. And now it's an Artificer that does that. So whenever somebody brings to me something like a revised Ranger, a revised Paladin, a revised Monk, and they don't feel like they're doing something different, they just feel like they're fine tweaking the thing that it did before, I'm always just like, ugh, make something new, Brother Bear. The King Cow! Thank you for the sub, you glorious Tyrannosauri. Patrick, I wanted to show everybody before we started, because I got a new power. But then I'm going to bring you on, okay? Wait, I want to read what Moot said. In my completely honest opinion about the Ranger, is that 5e has evolved into a game where the Ranger just doesn't really fit anymore. They should be the go-to overland travel class in a game where no one really does overland travel anymore. All my favorite Ranger revisions, implementation, features work well in that specific way. When I run overland travel. Yeah, I mean, the place that I see the Ranger sitting is the same place as, like, the Paladin. Like, they are the person that wants to be a little bit of a wisdom caster and a little bit of a fighter, and where the Paladin has the gimmick of, I fight fiends and undeads and protect particularly well, the Ranger has the gimmick of, I track and I'm a little bit of a skill monkey really well. I know it probably don't fit everybody, but anyway, I need to show you guys something pretty cool. If you're new to the channel, you don't know what this is. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. We got to talk for a second. Wait, I got to get serious. Pat, I'm going to bring you on soon, but I got to get serious with chat first. Because we're going to be looking at your homebrew. And that could be a little scary. So when we're looking at somebody's homebrew today, when they win that race, that marbles game, we don't want to be mean if it sucks. Because they don't suck. You know, the creator doesn't suck. So what we need to do is we need to look at this thing and we need to be like, what can they improve? What can they change? How can they grow? What's missing? We want to think about what their intention is. We don't want to try to turn their homebrew into something that they do not want it to be. If they build a speedster monk that's all about building up kinetic energy and smashing stuff, maybe don't suggest they give it a bunch of powers about doing Sonic the Hedgehog moves. And remember that we're all on different tracks of this ladder. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter what rung you're on. It's about how you sort of react to those people on the other rungs. So don't be a dick. Be nice. It's okay to tell people something feels jank, but we also need to be kind in how we explain it and also give a little clarity. Don't just say that's jank. Say, that feels a little jank because it's like twice as powerful as every other magic item at that level. It probably needs to be toned down a bit. You know, that's okay. Because at the end of the day, we may be many, but we are also few. In fact, some might say we're not that many at all. You know? You know what I mean?
Drive me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar, crash over me. Then ride it home, dance it out in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find one another, another. Face the sun, fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all. Pick me up, yeah, moonchild. Put me into overflow. Crash into me. And let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find one another. Face the sun. Fear no one. 'Cause
Anyway, cause we're all one. That's really what I was trying to get at. Is this we're all one. So let's make sure we do a nice job of being nice to everybody when we look at their homebrew. You know, we don't want to be rude. We're all kind of in it together. Does that make sense? I hope that I just wanted to explain that a little bit so you guys felt like you kind of knew where I was coming from. Yeah? What's up, Jordan? You came in at a fun part. Anyway, I spent like I set that up this morning, which I was excited about. I set that up before I went to go see The Long Walk. That was a good way of explaining it. Cool. Good. Okay, speaking of explaining it, let me bring in my buddy Patty. Oh my god, does anyone ever call him Patty? I don't know. I also don't know if he wants to be on video. We're going to find that out. He's also not going to be able to hear me immediately. There we go. I'm calling you.
Oh.
Hey, do you want to be on video or no?
Nah, it's fine. I'll stay on audio.
Oh, nice. Easier for me. Patrick, introduce yourself. Who are you?
Hello, one and all. Wow, that's reflexive at this point. My name's Patrick Perini, and I'm Cinder's Dungeon Master, Game Master. I run Unbalanced Encounters, the very, very good actual play podcast that Cinder is one of our world famous performers on.
That was great. I tried to lip sync. I don't know if it worked. Patrick, I don't know if you're familiar. If you've seen my show before. You know how we do this. We're doing this new thing. We're doing this new thing where we play marbles.
Marbles.
Yes, where we play marbles. And the winner of the marbles, we look at a piece of homebrew they made. So, here's how it works, chat, if you want to participate. Right now, you have to go over to Twitch if you're on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, go over to Twitch. Just for a second. Let me get some epic music going so we feel...
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, this is like gentle epic music. That's actually good intro music. Okay. You go over to Twitch. We're gonna pick a map. Ooh, I like this one already. I think this is the one we go with. I hit play. Okay? So far, so good. Wait for it. Wait for it, you fucks. Okay, now, if you want me to look at homebrew you made, type !play in the chat in Twitch right now. We have
go.
We got one. We got two. We got two. And now, if you are doing this, after you hit !play, after you see your little marble appear, you're going to go into my Discord in the announcement section and find where to link your homebrew and post your homebrew in the September 22nd Monsters and Magic Items section. So it's already there for us to see it. We don't want to have to hunt for it if we don't have to. And that's the way we do. Look at this racetrack. Oh, this is going to be a hectic one. Why are there two racetracks? Do you think one bounces us to the other? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. How much
Let's
time?
find out.
How much more time do we want to give? I think we don't need to give that much more time.
No, how many do we have so far? 2, 3?
I don't know how to check.
Oh.
We have more than 5.
Okay, then let's go.
All right. Ready? Here's your last chance to get in round 1. Boom. And they are almost off. 6,
We're doing like a
5,
Mario
4,
64
3,
snow theme.
1. Oh yeah. And they're off. Here they go. Whoa. Oh, the excitement. The thrill. The vigor. So far, Super Writer Andy seems to be taking the lead. But oh, gosh, oh my goodness, no, anyone could be the winner. They're going down the tube. One day they'll get down that tube. One day.
My video's
shit.
so delayed.
Oh yeah, you're in a weird you're in a weird spot. They're still spinning around that tube. I think they live in this tube. Uh-oh, Baba broke free. Baba broke free of the tube. Oh no, so did Duncan. So did Moot. Super Radio. They're all coming through. All the stars are here. All the stars are here. Oh boy. Baba's in the lead still though. Let's see what happens. Here he goes. He's gonna, oh, here comes the loop-de-loop. Patrick, last time we did this, I kept picking maps where you could fall off and like, it just turned into everybody dying.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it was great.
Why would they do that? Why would that be an option?
Yeah, it was awesome. I thought it was so funny. Oh my god. It's still anybody's game. I think Baba has a bit of a lead, but there's a little bit of chaos coming up.
Yeah.
Some chaos. This is the danger zone. The bumpy zones are where people start to go crazy. Let's see what happens. Patrick, what do you hope we look at today? What do you hope we see?
I come free of judgment. I'm here simply to observe.
Would you rather
and
look at
judge.
Okay, well let's build a worst case scenario. Would you rather look at a CR30 monster or a artifact power item?
CR30 monster, I think, if I had a gun to my head.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's close. Oh, save! Snowy! Snowy died! And Moot took the lead! Oh god. Wait, things are changing up. Things are changing up.
Mix up.
Oh yeah. Wait, did Baba broke out in front again? Okay, so we're pulling up on the end. Here we go. Let's see what happens. This is it. It's now or never, friends. It's time to stab your courage to the sticking post. Here we go. I think it's Baba.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
I think it's unless something crazy happens, it's Baba for sure. Although
Great.
Baba's getting swingy. Yeah, it's Baba. Baba! You crazy man! Congratulations! Wait, I don't have the applause ready. I don't have the applause ready. Everything's ruined, Patrick.
Oh no.
Baba! Congratulations. All right, Baba, did you put some homebrew in the Discord for me to look at? Patrick, you should be able to pull it up too.
Yeah.
This is called the Cube of Cubes.
What channel are you in? Event Homebrew? No.
I'll ping you in it. Boop bop. That one. Boom.
Bam.
The Cube of Cubes.
That's too many cubes.
Listen, we don't even know how many it is. 1 second. Let me get a little. I just blew everybody's eardrums out for a second. Because of my boss. Oh, I'm getting a phone call from spam. No, thank you. All right, so this is the Cube of Cubes.
Pick it up. Maybe they were gonna give you free spam, Cinder.
No,
you never know.
it almost certainly was not anything I was interested in.
Lame.
This is called the Cube of Cubes, and it's got an MC Escher vibe going on. All right, let's see. These cubicle constructs. And did Baba tell us anything about it in the Discord? I don't think so. These cubicle constructs are made of hundreds of small metal cubes, which rearrange as it moves or attacks. The deafening noise of metal clacking on metal that these constructs make when roused is only surpassed by the screams of those they envelop and crush. Baba, why are you using such edgy language? Why is it so edgy?
It's the horror cube, Cinder.
I know. Oh, like, yeah, but It's just it's edgier than I'm expecting from our Baba in the language. Okay, let's look at what it's a CR2 monster, which I love. It's a little guy. We love a little guy. 20 movement. It's kind of what you. Honestly, it's much more intelligent than I would imagine a cube to be. It's for
pondering.
It's got the intelligence of a human. So it has the intelligence of language. Let's see what it's got. It's got a bunch of immunities and stuff. I would fuck with its stats more to make it more like a more mindless, unless you want it to be an intelligent thing. Meat shield. While it is engulfing a creature, the cube of cubes takes only half damage dealt to it by attacks, and the engulfed creature takes the other half. An attacking creature can choose to make an attack at disadvantage to negate this effect. This feature for the attack. Oh, that's kind of an interesting. So it's similar to like the rug of smothering does this. But the ability to opt to do a disadvantage attack is kind of interesting. I like that. Let's see what it's got. Two claw. Why does it do claw attacks? It should just do cube attacks. Get this word claw out of here. It can replace one claw attack with an engulf attack. Okay, so it has a cube cannon. It does ranged bludgeoning, and the target has to make a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away. Or it does a slam attack, basically, does bludgeoning damage, and it grapples the creature and pulls them up to 10 feet towards it. And then it has the engulf. Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I love the concept.
I don't think the mechanics are not doing it for me.
The mechanics are just Rug of Smothering plus Swamp Thing monster. What's the Swamp Thing monster? Shambling Mound.
What it is called.
It's too.
There you go.
I want some. Where's the cube? Where's the cube in this cube of cubes?
How would we do cube of cubes, right?
I think we would honestly. You know what's silly is Baba made an artificer that was a cube-themed artificer, and the cube.
Baba, is everything okay at home? Do you have cubes at home that you're like afraid of or doing the bidding of? Like.
And the cube monster he made, I thought, did cubes very well. I mean, here's what I think you do. I think you make it take up a full square, or however much space. Like, it takes up the full space on the battle map. Like, it counts as total cover for things behind it. I think you make it so, maybe you fuck around with how it can move in terms of geometric movements or things like that, almost turning it into, like, a Zelda boss, you know?
Yeah. Only being able to move in a straight line up to a certain number of feet.
Yeah, maybe something like that, or change its attacks so that it's like what about this? So what if instead of doing its cube claw, let's say this thing was a large creature. Is it large? It's medium. So let's say it was large. So what if it had an attack that was a 10 by 10 foot cube, dexterity saving throw that implied like it launching itself forward or it building itself out and trying to grab people. You know?
I don't think it should grab people, frankly. I think that it should basically be able
it is trying to transform. It's like a nanobot cube.
Yeah, I get that it's like shifting. The art kind of does a good job of that, but I think reaching is kind of the problem. I think moving is good, and I think like being able to launch itself at somebody is good. I also think potentially you could have it draw people in is something that you could, especially if it's going to be somewhat intelligent. There's something to be said about like almost doing the anglerfish thing where it has a thing that you have to like make an intelligence save, and if you fail,
like
you're drawn toward it.
Shifting panels are mesmerizing.
That kind of thing, yeah.
That could be really cool. I think honestly, if you change some of these features a tiny bit, so that cube cannon was it throwing itself, cube claw was it shoving itself forward 10 feet, and you sort of mushed those features together and then gave it like a AoE, maybe like a passive aura of people are like, ooh, I'm going to walk towards you. Or like an activatable, like it blasts out a thing where it shifts. I think that could work really well. I don't even think you need to change many of the numbers. If you made it a cube launch, I would probably make this 30 feet because I think it would be maybe too much for it to launch itself 60 feet. But but I think that this Patrick, I don't know. Have you looked at any of the 2024 monsters yet?
No, I have pretty much sworn off the 2024 rules, so I'm going to be a little behind on chat, everybody.
That's fine. There's some 2024 rules that I like a lot. But for better or worse, And I think this is a byproduct of them trying to streamline combat and make D&D more narrative, but they have majorly simplified a lot of monsters, and they've taken out a lot of weird, sort of nuanced features for more sort of general ones. Like the easiest one to come to mind is the Modron used to have this thing called axiomatic mind, where it couldn't be it literally was impossible to force it to act against its nature. And now it has like either immunity or resistance to like charm or something like, you know. This feels like the cube of cubes designed for the 2024 monsters, where it's a little simplified. But I think you should spread your wings and fly, dear Baba. I think you've made some weird shit before. And I think that we live in a world of D&D. I think that we live in a world of D&D where, and you know what, I might have this feedback a lot, but I think we live in a world of D&D where there are already so many simple monster stat blocks that, as personally, I would not make a monster that's homebrewed unless it was because I had some weird mechanics I wanted to explore with that monster. Because I guarantee you can find 80% of the monsters you need in a published monster now, if they are in any way a simple monster, just by changing the names of stuff. Like, how many different versions of a CR 1 to 4 monster that has a basic melee attack, a basic ranged attack, and a moderate crowd control debuff once a smaller use feature? Like, that's all of them. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I say push yourself to make it fucking weird. Bob, I see you in the chat. Any questions, thoughts, concerns, yearnings, aspirations? If not, no worries. But, friends, we are going to say goodbye to this piece. Avita Zane.
Au revoir.
Thank you, Baba, for sharing. Little round of applause. Very fun idea. I say push yourself, friend. Make it weird. Make it weird. We got enough regs. Give us a little wiggle in our woggle. You know what I'm saying? All right. I think we go back to marbles, though.
Let's do it.
All right. Race menu. So, if you're just getting here, if you have a homebrew monster or a homebrew magic item that you want us to look at on stream, either for a review or for helping make it better or whatever, the way you participate is you go over to Twitch. Oh, this is a solar system. Although this is a 3-minute course, so we're not doing that. Oh, this one looks... No, I don't like that one either. Let's do... Oh, this one looks weird. Yeah, let's do this one. All right, if you have some homebrew you want us to look at, and if you were like, oh, Cinder and Patrick were not too mean and a little helpful there, or whatever, go over to Twitch right now.
Don't get used to it.
And type !play in chat. Type !play in chat. Do it. Do it. Who is brave enough? Who is strong enough? Who is sensitive enough? Who has enough feet? Who has too many feet? If you're watching on Twitch and you want to send in some homebrew, go on over. I mean, if you're watching on Twitch, just type !play. No space between them, you silly goose. And if you are watching on YouTube and you want to participate.
Is Pachinko?
It's Pachinko to start, and then it turns into a thing.
Oh, okay.
But it looks like there's like a gauntlet at the end.
Intense. Weaponized Pachinko.
Yeah, we're going to give everybody a little bit of a time to move over from YouTube if they want to. Morally, you got on. Good. Shades, welcome. You're in. Snowy, hello. Patrick, if you were going to rebuild a ranger, if somebody put you in a chair and electrocuted you until you just said you would do it.
Yes.
What would be...
Yeah.
1 second. There we go. Okay. What would be your... What would you build it around?
Yeah, presumably just for sort of core D&D. I'm going to be honest. My immediate impulse is that I don't actually think the Ranger needs rebuilding. After Tasha's, I think the Ranger is one of the most interesting...
No, but you're missing my point. You have to.
Sure. What would I do? What would I do? Sure.
I know what I would do.
I think that I would pick in the same way that druids seriously get wild shape.
Yeah.
I would rework rangers to seriously get a little guy.
Mmm.
And a lot of it's already in line, right? Drake Warden is there. Is it the Beastmaster that gets a companion?
It's Drake Warden and Beastmaster, yeah.
Yeah, so there are two there. But I think every ranger deserves a little guy, even if that little guy is very abstract, right? Like if I were to do the Horizon Walker, I might give it a little bit of elemental energy as like a personified little guy, right? They all deserve a little guy. Yep. And
All
that's
right.
it. I think that's a niche that is not filled by any of the other classes.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it is either. I always thought if you were going to redo the Warlock and you didn't want to do funny spellcasting, that could also work for them too, as like they summon an extra planar creature based on their patron.
That's the World of Warcraft solution to the Warlock, and I don't disagree with it.
Yeah. All right, chat. I think we have all the people we're going to get in. Who's ready to start this race? Boom! But I like the familiar. The familiar works too for the ranger because you could pick your subclass, because it could be like, I trained a beast of this type, or I trained a creature from this realm. Like, it fits. All right, here they go. We're starting with Pachinko. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. Is Baba going to win again? Baba's
Oh, my
No, it's fine.
God.
Baba's just in it for the race now. So if Baba wins, we'll go to second
Got
place.
it.
All
Got
right, Morley. Morley, don't get stuck. Okay, here's the sharp-dressed bear. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Chat, music got quiet. Uh-oh.
I can't hear the music on this, so I'm just imagining that it's the Super Mario 64 downhill slide.
That is exactly what it is.
Yeah!
Yeah, we lost some. Duncan is in the lead now, though.
man.
We got Duncan and Snowy. Who is going to make it to the gauntlet? 3 have fallen. 5 remain. Dude, these guys are stuck in the corkscrew. Oh, Duncan is way up in front. Yeah, Baba, you're I don't know what you're doing, Baba. Oh!
Baba's off.
Oh! Duncan died! Baba's back!
Oh my God.
Bye, Baba. Okay, Snowy.
Woo!
Snowy, if you can get past these bumpers, I think you're good. I think Snowy's got it.
What happens if no one wins?
Then I win, and people just have to donate money. I think Snowy's gonna win. I think unless we'll see. Actually, Morley's still in it. Nope, Morley's gone. The sharp-dressed bear is also gone. Nope, the sharp-dressed bear is still in it. Let's see. Yeah, you're allowed to play even if you don't have Homebrew ready. That's fine. That just means if you win, we're just gonna shower you with glory. I'll tell you what. If you win, I will prioritize answering whatever question you have about D&D or Warhammer. If you don't have,
that's fine.
If you don't have a piece of Homebrew, just like be like, hey, if I wanted to make Spider-Man in D&D, how would I do that or whatever? All right, come on. What's gonna happen, Snowy? Survive!
Got it. Snowy's.
Oh, sheesh. I think Snowy.
Snowy's alone. Snowy's alone.
Oh yeah, it's just Snowy.
Race.
Now we're just watching Snowy finish. Bye, Snowy.
I mean, is that not a win by default?
No, that's a win by default. I think Snowy wins. Yeah, Snowy wins. Snowy is not only does Snowy win, Snowy is the only participant to survive the gauntlet. The last time we had like 3 of those in a row where people just like got obliterated, and chat very actively started being like, please don't pick those ones. And I was like, okay, I'll try to pick different ones. Might be. All right, let's see what Snowy's posted. Let's see. This is called the Karanak. This one is for the 2024 rules. So you're gonna notice some things, Patrick, that you don't like, that I'm gonna tell you probably are just okay in the 2024 rules. Potentially.
Oh God.
Because there is some design stuff in them that is annoying, but is the way they do it.
Sure.
Specifically, how some of the.
All right, Snowy, what are we doing?
All right, let's post it in the chat. Snowy, did you say? Let's see. Did Snowy? I think Snowy just posted it also. Yeah, he just posted it. All right, this is called Karanak. It is a CR8 fiend, large devil, very strong, very calm, focused. It is very unusual for devils to have high wisdom. I feel like they're usually very high charisma. They got athletics, perception, They got magic resistance. All of this stuff is very just devil. True Sight is pretty strong. Not all devils get that. I think that some of these immunity to stunned is really strong. So they basically are getting a bunch of extra immunity. They have a lot of extra immunities. They're multi-headed. They can't be surprised and have advantage on saving throws against being knocked unconscious. I wonder if some of these features are designed to represent like them having a lot of heads. They have pack tactics.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. They make 3 bite attacks. Their bites do
Pack
fire.
tactics is interesting, especially because there's no indication of like what is the pack. Is it just more of these large devils?
That's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming these are like 3.
Oh, is this
dogs.
a Warhammer thing?
I don't know. I'm assuming these are like 3-headed.
Yeah,
dogs.
it is a 3. It's like a 3-headed lizard thing. I just looked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carry on.
Okay. They got pack tactics. They got a bite. They got a breath weapon. And it does fire damage, but it can also petrify. On a failed save, the creature is also petrified. I don't know if I would do that. A creature can make a DC 15 strength saving throw at the end of its next turn if it's still petrified, ending the effect. Is the idea there that you're like covering in stone? Okay, so I have a couple immediate thoughts. It is the thing that is unique in this monster is the breath weapon, because the breath weapon,
which is kind of meh,
does 2 things. It does fire and petrified. I feel like it doing petrified and fire at the same time is weird. I don't know if I like that. It also feels...
I mean, even if you did like it, what is it, right? And I think this is kind of what I was getting at is like...
What does it do? Literally, what is it? Yeah.
It's, well, and also why, right? Like the Karnak is, like I said, I think it's a Warhammer thing. And I think you're trying to represent some fiction here. But what you've ultimately done is just like bosh together a couple of stock parts. You've kit bashed a Karnak, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I start to immediately think about like, who's your intended audience? Because if your intended audience is that you want somebody to like find this on D&D Beyond, pick it up and use it, I could just kit bash a Karnak like this, right? So what is unique about the way that they behave, the environments that you might find them in, that you really want to infuse to like make me understand why this thing is unique? Because at the moment, the only interesting thing is the breath weapon, and the breath weapon feels weird. It doesn't feel cohesive, right?
Yeah, this is my guess. As I'm looking at it, looking at the combination of multi-headed and a couple of the immunities things, I think that my guess is the goal is to sort of capture the same vibe as like those multi-headed ogres that are a little bit more aware, like lean into that because this thing has multiple heads, you can't do a lot of stuff to it because if you fuck with one head, the other heads are going to be okay. That's what I feel like is happening with the immunities, but I also think that I feel like with any monster, with any time you're building a monster, especially if you're trying to build a monster that's like from something else, you still want to think about like the gameplay loop, and think about it from the like, how is this gonna feel when you're fighting it, and what do you want it to feel like? And I think you want it to feel like you're fighting a creature with with many heads, like a big 3-headed dog. That's the main thing. With the
battery low.
I just jump scared everybody in chat. I'm gonna turn my
let
me turn my music.
You know what's crazy?
Okay. I think 1 second.
Battery crit.
1 second. Oh, my headphones are dying. My headphones are dying is the problem. And they keep making loud noises. Okay. If I were this person, if I were Snowy Saber, instead of looking at the Karnak in Warhammer and being like, okay, it has 3 heads and it like has a fire thing it does, like, because that's a very that you can do all of that. But I also would maybe sort of like what you said with like where it sits in the environment and stuff. I would play around with building its actions around stuff that lean into that. Like, you give it 3 bite attacks, but mechanically, that's not going to feel that different.
It doesn't feel like
than
anything.
than a one-headed creature getting 3 bite attacks. Like, what about
Yep.
this? Like if you wanted to like I don't know enough about Karnax to know about them breathing fire. But what about this? What if it had 3 bite attacks? After it bit a creature, it could grapple that creature, and it could have up to 3 creatures grappled in mouths at the time. And then it could, like, do something to those creatures while it was holding them with its mouths, you know? Something to really lean into the fact that these are 3 different heads. One could be grappling a creature while 2 others are biting, or, you know what I mean? Like, lean into the 3-headed vibe in that way. Or have them do, like, combo things together. Like, if 2 of the heads attack the same thing, it's, I don't know, something like that. I don't think this needs pack tactics. I think if you want to give this thing pack tactics, I mean, I guess it can have them, but it feels a little unnecessary.
The reason why they have pack tactics, I looked it up, is because the stats for the game have things like Pack Leader and Prey of the Blood God, which allows you to define a single target that your unit focuses on. So it's sort of a 1-to-1 translation of the way that it works in Warhammer.
I mean, if that's the case, then I might not give them... If that's the case, then maybe give them pack tactics, but instead of doing like a breath weapon thing, or maybe in addition to that, give them something where it's like they can mark a creature, you know? And then a creature that is marked by them, they all get some bonus towards. Or what if, like, when a creature has... Once a creature has, like, lost hit points to this thing, then that is when they can use the aggressive feature. So they can only move up to their speed bonus action towards creatures that they have marked. To sort of, like, lean into that the pack is hunting down one creature. The reason why I want to push that is sort of similar to what we said about, like, the cube, is that, like, if I just look at this monster on the page without looking up a Karnak and without really trying to, like, pull it apart, it feels a little bit like a bunch of random features mushed together.
It feels kitbash, right? It feels like you picked up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
stuff that exists in the game already that you kind of unmodified put together to approximate the thing that you already know what it is. There's no inference that I can use to derive here what this thing is supposed to be.
Yeah, I also think there's something to be said for... It is very fun and sometimes cool to build a feature that 1-to-1 correlates to something that the monster that's inspired by does. But I think it is just as valuable to take inspiration emotionally from the thing and then build something that leans into how it would sit in more of a narrative setting than in, like, the tabletop game.
I actually kind of want to,
because D&D is such a different game.
Yes, I kind of almost want to acknowledge, though, in this case,
Hi, DM
like,
Nick, thank you for joining.
Even if you had taken the mechanic from Warhammer 1-to-1 and, like, figured out how to roughly port it into to D&D, I think that would have been a little bit more evocative, right? Like, what happened was you took the raw mechanic from Warhammer, which is a very different game, and then found sort of the nearest neighbor in D&D. And so it's kind of the worst of both worlds. It's not evocative, and you're not hitting the mechanic on the head, right?
Yeah. If I was going to tweak this, I would lean more into the heads doing some sort of combo features. I don't even know if it needs the breath weapon. I might make that a part of the heads are biting things, but if you want to keep that, I think you could. I would not do petrified on a failure. That feels like overkill, and also it does feel a little random. Like, maybe if they fail by 5 or more, they can start to become petrified. But I think it's a lot to just have failure that you take 68 fire damage and you're immediately petrified. And then the other thing that I would do is, I don't know if it needs all of these immunities and all of these vision things. I think if you want to lean into them as, like, a hunting dog thing, I think giving them dark vision to see through magical darkness or true sight are good. But if you have true sight, you don't need to be able to see through magical darkness. It comes with true sight. And then similarly, I think if you give it, I don't know if it needs all of these immunities. Like, I don't know why it needs... I get blinded and deafened. I don't know why it needs frightened or stunned or exhausted immunity. I don't know if it needs those things. I think that I would be a little bit more like, let's give it just to the ones it really needs. Because the other thing is that the less immunities, if you're building something that is in any way a creature, you don't need to give it that many immunities. Like, often, like, if it's a robot, there makes more sense, or like a swarm or something. But the more immunities you give it, the less space you have to play in the features, because it's like it's a lot of power for something that doesn't add anything to the game. It just adds a limitation, and limitations are good, but if you put all of your monsters' power in the ways that it limits the players, it's not. I don't know if it's as fun as just giving it a cool, weird power and limiting the players less. You know.
And I think the reality is this is like an over reliance on immunities is an obvious thing to sort of reach for. At the end of the day, immunities are not phenomenal from a design perspective, right? Like WotC, it's maybe fine that they included them, but ultimately they're a rule to avoid playing the game. And so you should use them very sparingly, only when they are the most narratively important for your character.
Yeah, I don't think these are all the base devil immunities. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if in the new books, but in the 2014 rules, the only base immunities devils or demons have are different iterations of damage resistances and maybe frightened immunity, but I don't remember. But certainly not stunned. Certainly not exhausted. But regardless, I think you just got to get more flavorful with your features, dude. Because here's the other side of it. If I called this a Drake, I wouldn't need to change anything. You know? If this is just a giant land dragon, it's no different.
Yeah.
And we don't want that. We want this to feel like a unique thing. I don't want to be able to just call it a dragon with no wings and for everyone to be like, yeah, that makes sense. I want the mechanics to support the flavor, especially if you're trying to do something like a big, weird, three-headed demon. All right, those are my thoughts. Patrick, do you have any final thoughts or no?
No.
Carl
I've never had a thought in my life.
Thank you. I will say that for anybody that really wants to try to port Warhammer 40K into D&D, you are doing the right thing in making it monsters, because that is something that you can do. It is very hard to port player features from Warhammer to D&D because they're all so extreme and or overpowered and or terrible. Like, everything is either the best or the worst in a way that I don't know if it would fit in D&D, which does make really interesting dynamic ideas for monsters. Like, you could make a pretty lore-accurate orc for D&D and have the players fight it, but you couldn't really have a lore-accurate orc that the players would be. Same with Space Marines, actually. Like, you could have the players... You could build a stat block. Maybe we'll do that at some point, but you could build a stat block for a Space Marine monster that I think would very earnestly represent a Space Marine, but it would be a lot to give to a player. A lot. But that's okay. Chat! Should we do another race? Hi,
I think so.
How's it going, buddy? So if you haven't seen any of my more recent streams, what we are doing now is basically playing a racing game where you can submit some brew if you win the race. This is an alternative to, ooh, look at this one. This is an alternative to the wheel. So if you would like to join us in the race, if you would like to send in either a monster or a magic item for us to review, go over to Twitch and type !play in the chat. Do that right now.
Do it right now.
I wanted to put on some good getting ready music. Where is it? Here it is. All right, boys and girls, creatures of the realm, prepare yourselves. Tradosio, if you're watching on YouTube, go over to Twitch to the chat for a second to do this. The link is in the description in the YouTube video.
Do it. Do it right now, coward.
And if you don't have Homebrew, you just want to race, you can do that too. You can just join the race. You just tell us you don't have Homebrew, and if you win, we'll go to the next person down.
Sometimes
you're working your tail off, fending away poverty to the best of your ability. Oof, good luck, Brother Bear. I wish you luck.
Heard.
All right, get it in there, chat. Oh, yeah. I wonder if that's going to become a thing more now that so much of my YouTube is Warhammer. How much more that's going to interact with my D&D homebrew stuff.
I think I lightly prefer it to the bad anime adaptations, or at least it's
Oh,
different.
I mean, I prefer it if only because I have context.
Yep.
When Patrick, when somebody sends in an overpowered homebrew anime thing, and I don't know what it is, it just seems like it literally just looks like somebody asked a 6-year-old what they wanted, and then they just said yes to everything.
Which is, to be fair, how anime works.
Yeah, when I see a homebrew one, it does not do that. It feels no, excuse me, when I see a Warhammer one, I get the concept text, and I'm like, okay. I can at least understand somewhat. All right, I think that's probably everybody. Let's give them everybody like 10 more seconds. You know what? We can just hit it. We can just start the countdown because that is 10
let's
seconds.
do it.
Wait, we have to get more intense music though. All right, here we go. This is going to be an interesting one because this map is, I think, really just I don't know what's going to happen, honestly.
Some wild shit.
They're going to spin in a circle. They're going to go down here, and we'll see what happens with that end. Morley, Sharp, Lined, Snowy, Avenger, Hurston, it's gonna keep. Look at him. It's like a poop. It's like a rabbit poop getting flushed down the toilet.
That's a visual.
Let's see who gets flushed first. You think everyone's gonna die? I hope not. They're still spinning. Up. We got up. Tripura is the first one out. Followed by Shades. Up, here come the bouncies. Nobody's taking the path. Everyone's taking the path on the left. No one went to the right. Oh, Shades launched to the front.
Let that be a lesson to us all.
I don't know what's going to happen there. Oh! Shades! How do I go faster? You're going too fast. Look at them. Oh, Tripura's in the lead. Oh, my goodness.
Tripura. Oh, man. Shades going for the launch.
This is where people die, is this part. Up, Lined made it through. Morley made it through.
Let's fucking go.
I think it's Lined. Oh, Morley is close behind. Yeah, Lined. We got Lined with the win. Let's go.
Sick. Lined.
Hell yeah. All right, Lined. Send your homebrew. Make sure your homebrew is in the Discord. If your name is different, tell me what your name is in the Discord. I don't see someone named Lined. Lined, did you want to send in some homebrew or no? All right, Line didn't have any homebrew. That's okay. You're still the winner. We still love you. Next is going to be Morley Monochrome. Morley, did you post something in the Discord? Are you moral support? Is that you? Or are you someone else in the Discord? All right. We have a basic moral. Okay, chat, right now, yes or no. 1's in the chat for yes, 2's in the chat for no. Moral support won the race, but they did not follow the instructions. They did not send in a magic item or a monster. They sent in a species, I think. Oh, no, it is a monster. It's just called a species. Never mind. I don't know why don't call it a species. A species means something different in D&D than a monster. Anyway, here's in the chat. Don't be sorry.
Go.
Don't be sorry. You didn't do the wrong thing. You sent it a monster. You just named it in a confusing way. Ain't nothing to be sorry about. This is the Gremlin. You wanted to make a series of monsters based off gremlins. Creatures with lightning powers that mess with electronics and multiply endlessly. Eventually, I want to make a higher CR versions with abilities like possessing constructs, controlling storms, blah, 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 blah. However, I want to make sure the base form was fully fleshed out so I knew what abilities would carry over to higher CR versions. So this is a little bit the Gremlin from the movie Gremlins, but also leaning more into the sort of traditional Gremlin lore is what we're working with here.
Heard.
CR 1/2, AC 15, HP 22. Very high dex. I'm going to be honest. I feel like this thing should have a higher... Well, we'll see. But I feel like they should be intelligent. I think that they might maybe give them higher intelligence than they have. They got dark vision, immunity to lightning, resistance to thunder. All right. Jolt, melee. Wait, let me look at their thing. Static charge. Whenever the gremlin takes lightning damage, it instead gains temporary hit points equal to the damage dealt. When a creature hits the gremlin with a melee attack while it has temporary hit points, that creature then takes 1d6 lightning damage. That's fun. I think that's pretty cool. It has like an on-off lightning aura based on taking damage. And then it adds its proficiency bonus to its initiative. The only thing that I'm going to say about this feature, and there's really nothing wrong with that, but I do think it's going to be important to think about, is that it creates a scenario, and this is not bad. This is just, I think, important. It creates a scenario where you either have to add an element of lightning damage into the combat encounter, or one of this monster's most interesting traits might not happen if the players decide not to use lightning damage. Yeah. So not the end of the world. But if you're going to be using this I would not use this monster. I would only use this monster in circumstances where, like, I could get them electrocuted by the environment, you know? Let's see what other things it can do. It has Jolt and a ranged Jolt. Lightning damage. Creatures can't take reactions. They have to make a con saving throw, and they're stunned. Ranged, can't take reactions. Have to make a con saving throw, or they're stunned. I think a stun basic attack is probably too much. For a CR 1/2 monster. Unstable division. Gremlins create an unstable gremlin within 10 feet. It acts on its own. Is it different? I'm not reading more than one stat block. Sorry, buddy. I'm going to be honest. I think that realistically, having a stun... Maybe we'll read a second stat block if we need to. I think having a basic attack stuns is... It only stuns constructs? Oh, if the creature is a construct. I see. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that also is the same issue. So this is fine. It's not... There's nothing that breaks the bank here. There's nothing that is going to make this not work. If you threw this monster in your game right now, it would be fine. We'll talk about unstable division in a second. But the problem is that literally everything that makes this thing interesting relies on either the players using lightning damage or them fighting a construct. Because otherwise, they're just a little guy that have two very basic attacks that do lightning damage. Maybe that's okay. But I'm not 100% sure I feel that way. Also, if you want to play around with them multiplying, I don't think the move is an action-based ability where they can spawn another gremlin. I think you should make it something that is more like narrative and not necessarily narrative. Like, I think it could have a mechanical purpose, a mechanical situation, but I don't think it should just be an action in combat. I don't think that's the move.
Yeah. What do you think would make sense? I guess it depends on sort of the narrative that they want to create here, but do you think something as reactive as, you mentioned from the movie being fed after midnight type situation, right? Like, do you think that would be too...
I mean, I probably
run the risk of creating too much specificity again? Because that's sort of the running theme here.
I think that's an okay amount of specificity to put in because that is almost more of a plot point as well as a combat point. But, like, for example, while I do like the idea of it can get temporary hit points and those give it a little electric aura, I don't know if I buy that as being a fundamental thing I associate with gremlins in any way, them hurting things with electricity. I imagine them hurting electric things. So what I would probably do is I would probably completely remove static charge, and I would replace that with when they take lightning damage, you, like, roll a die or something, and there is a chance that it splits and becomes 2, or something like that. You know, base it around that, as opposed to just it deciding to do something. I skimmed Unstable Gremlin. I think that I like the idea of them exploding when they die and dealing a little bit of lightning damage. I kind of think that should just be a thing that they all have, and that could also be a way that you mess around with them in reproducing. I really don't think this is going to be... I think you're overcomplicating it before you even start. If the base gremlin, in order to fully use the base gremlin, you're using 2 monster stat blocks.
Yeah, I think that's right. There are a fair amount of summoner style monsters that kind of require that to make sense in their contexts. So like I don't know if I'm quite as averse to it as you are, but it's definitely a concern, right? Like it's
But this
definitely
is like
not
going. This is
starting
the
out strong.
lowest. They specifically were like, I just want to make sure the base one works. If
Yeah.
the base idea requires 2 stat blocks to fully
It's too much.
sell the fiction of, that's too much. I could very easily see the gremlin having some unique ability that lets it make more gremlins, and the unstable gremlin being a type of gremlin, but not being immediately associated with this gremlin. I know that that's also different than the fundamental way that you have built this already, but
Yes.
I am making a suggestion that is like really radically different than I'm not helping you build the thing that you've built. I'm suggesting you go in another direction, but that is largely because of the wording of what you put here. I think if you want to make this work as just as it is, and you like this little gimmick, I also think it doesn't necessarily need more than one stat block. What I might say is when it uses unstable division, it creates a duplicate. That duplicate has the same stats as this creature with the following features, and then you just bullet point, and you just say it has, and then you just put in the shocking aura feature, the death burst feature, and then I'd probably make it have 1 hit point, as opposed to making it have worse stats. So it's like they activate it, they summon this little version of themselves that basically is the same as them, but with 1 hit point, and it explodes when it dies. That I also think could be a way to make this basically the same as it is in terms of what it feels like in combat, but lean more into the weirdness of it summoning another creature and that other creature being unstable, because it's going to pop really easily if it has 1 hit point. And then you don't need 2 stat blocks. Pat, how do you feel about the fact that the only thing this has going for it that implies that it's good with fucking with machines is stunning constructs? Do you think that's enough? Or do you think we could put something, a base? Because I think there's space in the base gremlin to fill that, because I don't know if that fills that for me. I'm curious if you feel like it fills it for you.
Well, the base gremlin does fuck with the constructs in the jolt.
No, but I'm saying it fucks with constructs, but not constructs is a creature type.
Yeah. So you're talking about machines. I guess in D&D, what are meaningfully electronic machines that aren't constructs?
Magic items.
Could maybe throw a little bit on the traits and magic items. I don't know what, because you wouldn't want to give these things like an aura where magic items fail.
What
right?
if they had a special attack? Okay,
Sure.
I think you go one of 2 ways. I think you can, if you want to keep them doing lightning damage, you keep the lightning damage, you keep the can't take reactions thing, you cut everything else, and then you either give them a unique attack, make it only touch based, and maybe it's something that like when they make that attack, like maybe I don't know, maybe they get whatever, but it's basically a dispel item attack that's limited. So like they can hit an item, you as the player have to make like a dex save, and if you fail, they can shut off one of the magic items you're holding for a 1d4 rounds or something like that, or they fritz your magic item. And it doesn't work, and at the start of each of your turns, you take 1d4 lightning damage. That might be too complicated a feature to build into the core thing, but I do think the core thing should have something to fuck with electricity and machines are magic items in D&D.
I think something that you could do is instead of if the creature is a construct, maybe just do the creature must make a con saving throw, DC 11. On a failure, it drops a magic item that it's holding, or something to that effect, right? Like that's the lightest weight version of this that I could see.
You could also give them a version of heat metal, but only works on magic items. Like they target a magic item and it starts to radiate electricity and it hurts you if you're holding it, but you could let go of it.
Yeah.
That could also work.
That could work. Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is just that like machines aren't such a clearly defined thing in D&D that there's an obviously right way to do this. So I think it would take a little bit of fiddling around to try to figure it out, right? To try to figure out what feels good and evokes machine.
They also talk about controlling storms and magnetism. So the other thing that you could do is you could make it literally more like heat metal, make it metal based. So all of these things are having a bigger impact on things that are more metallic. If somebody's wearing heavy plate, if they target a metallic object, you know what I mean? You could do stuff like that too. If you want to lean into less them fritzing machines and more them just like being electrical and charging metal shit so it gets fritzed.
I think that's right.
I think that overall for a base monster, other than that though, like everything else is pretty fine. You don't really want it to be more complicated than this.
No.
I do think having all of the base gremlins have I don't know. I still don't like the I guess the stunned is really gonna be more of a narrative thing because players, I don't think there's any player races that are count as constructs. Even Warforged don't.
Are now. I think Autognomes might be.
Oh, Autognomes might. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't love the stunning constructs thing. I feel like that's either going to be a feature that the players don't engage with, or it's going to be too punishing for the one player that's playing an Autognome. And I don't know if I don't know if I like that. Maybe it's not a big deal, or maybe in their game world they have like plans in mind for how that's going to like
well,
play into
you gotta take the stat block as it stands, right?
Yeah.
So like we're only giving critique as people who are looking at this thing on D&D Beyond. So I think it's too punishing if there's somehow is a construct in the party, and if there's not a construct in the party, you're never going to see it. So it needs rethought.
Yeah, I think though that the core idea of it popping up a little unstable guy, I think is really fun.
It's fun.
And I think that works well on a monster, maybe not the base monster of a template. But I think lean into that. I think the unstable nature of them is fun. Like I might just give all of them Death Burst. Like I don't know. I think that is very flavorful. Like I think that Death Burst, I don't know. I like the core idea. I think you can mash these two stat blocks together into something that will be bigger than the whole. Any final thoughts, dear Patty?
No, I don't think so.
All right, thank you for sharing your gremlin. Also, please make at least one that fucks with magic items.
Yeah.
Just for my sake. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Person, our dear Lion.
I did have one more thought.
What was your thought?
Give this thing, this is the easiest way to do fucks with magic items. Give it a recharge reaction, counterspell the use of a magic item. So it just, when you use a magic item on a recharge 6, it can just say, no, you didn't use that magic item.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's like, so I would say, yeah, so it's like when a magic item expends a charge or expends a use or something like that, or when you have a magic item that requires a charge or an action to use, you probably got to find the right language for that. But I would say I don't think so. It doesn't turn off passive items. It just stops you from using an activatable feature of a magic item. That's fun too. Yeah. I mean, you could go hard in the disrupting magic way if you want to. I don't think you need to go 100% on that, but I think it's really fun.
I think part of the reason why I brought that up is because I like giving monsters reactions. That's an overlooked design space that leads to radically more dynamic combat. Yeah. And I think if you can find a way to work that in, it's probably worth it.
Yeah, and especially a reaction that's both flavorful and impactful.
Yes.
It's so much more interesting than just like an attack or a getting out of the way or whatever. All right. Should we look at another one? I want to look at another one.
I mean, maybe. If you want to do the thing that the show is for, but it's, it's optional.
All right, fine. Folks. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing Lined. That wasn't Lined, that was Morally. That was you, Morally. Thank you, Moral. Yes, big claps. All right, let's do this one that has all the little knocky things. Ready? If you would like to look at, if there's some homebrew that you want us to look at,
go to Twitch. Go to
Twitch and type !play in the chat.
Play.
Do it now.
Play. There's no way to pronounce exclamation point.
I'll pronounce your exclamation point.
Is that harassment?
Yep.
Okay. Just so long as we're clear.
Over crystal, baby. Yes, fill us. Fill us with your
Edmar.
balls. Edmar, we're going to
Edmar
give you a second.
Thorne.
We'll wait for you,
Yeah, it's
Edmar.
on their
We'll
way.
wait for you, Ed. We're not assholes. And if you are also hosting, if you're playing, I would say go ahead and post your homebrew in the September 22 Monsters Magic
Yeah.
Item thread
Please do.
so we can just find it quickly. This one's just a straight shot.
To hell.
All right. Anybody else? Shades just got in. We got to give them a second. Everybody takes a little bit of time. Everybody's got to like go to open another window or something. You're going to insult your marble into winning? Listen, if the carrot fails, does the stick survive? I don't know if I don't know if it does. I feel like carrot beats stick in most circumstances.
Yeah.
In the words of Caiaphas Cain, if someone is afraid of you, they're not going to take a bullet for you.
No. No.
Be like Caiaphas Cain. All right. I think that I haven't seen it. I think we're good. I think we're going to start. Ready? Yeah, you bribed your marble. Excellent. Ready? We're going to go. Boom. All right. If you missed out, I apologize. We'll do another one after this. All right, here we go. Excuse me. Yeah, oh yeah, cast spells. You can cast spells in the chat. Exclamation point slow. Exclamation point fireball. Every D&D spell works. It's a new plugin. Oh, here comes Trapora! Okay, here comes... All right, here's the first battery. Let's see, can they get through?
Let's go.
Here's where it gets dicey. Here's where it gets dicey.
No, Cinder, marbles, not dice.
Ah, Miscusi. Oh! The sharp-dressed bear launches ahead like a beast in the night. Like a shadow against the moon. Now we know why they call them the sensual Tyrannosaurus. Be careful, don't waste all your spell slots on the first race, though. Yeah.
Haste
yeah.
feels smart. Haste is smart.
Yeah,
is a good use of spell slots.
Haste is a solid one for sure. Powered Nitro also works, but if that's your 9th level spell, that means you're out of 9th level spells, unless it's an 8th level spell. I think Powered Stun is 8th level. I think there's a power that's 8th level. Oh my goodness, let's see. Sharp! Oh, Sharp. Sharp is just pushing ahead. This music isn't epic enough. Why is this on the epic playlist? Oh my goodness! Sharp! Is Sharp getting stuck?
Maybe.
Sharp
Oh,
got
shit,
really
I guess
slowed
that's a
down.
thing.
Oh my go!
Oh no, Baba in the wings.
Boom! Sharp! Sharp! No! Oh my god, Sharp almost fell. Duncan fell, Snowy fell. Oh, lost but not forgotten. Never forget, am I right? All right, here comes Sharp.
Oh my god.
Whoa, Avenger!
The tension.
And Moot is the winner,
Oh my god.
followed by Trapora. Ay, caramba. Moot, I don't remember. Did we look at a piece of your brew already today? I don't think so. Did we? No, we didn't. You were just the first person to post. That's why I thought
Hell yeah.
you did. All
Let's
right,
go, Moot.
congratulations, Moot. Let me get your brew up. Oh, you did funny stuff with the layout. I'm not against that.
Eloriad.
I'm not
Eloriad.
Boom. All right, we got to do two things first. First, move this here. Second of all, this music's got to fucking chill. All right, if you guys want to take a look at it in the chat, here it is. Let me see what Moot wrote about it. Just glad you didn't die. Yeah. This is a loose adaptation of a monster from older editions, but I've definitely taken it in my own direction. It's meant to be the main infantry of a cult to the chained god Tharizdun, and are meant to have sort of an entropy vibes.
Yeah.
Mechanically, I wanted these to be the kind of monster that could be threatening at lower levels and stay a consistent threat in greater number throughout the entire campaign, something my players will see constantly as the chained god awakens. Let's take a look. The one thing that I'm going to say is you gotta be... There's certain things that are going to be as dangerous at level 1 as they are at level 20. And if you mess with them, it can work really nicely. You don't want to stack those necessarily, though. So, like, having a feature that makes a creature lose... Like I said, if you have a feature that has a creature that gets minus 1d4 to their attack rolls and their saving throws, that is equally as powerful at level 1 as it is at level 20, because of the way D&D scaling and combat usually works. So that's the sort of feature. Stuff that messes with creatures' ACs, messes with their attack rolls, messes with their saving throws, messes with their spell attack modifiers, or their spell save DCs. That is a good feature to put on a monster that you want to be intimidating at level 1 and then also still impactful at level 20. If you're doing monsters that have scaling features based on how many are around, you also want to be a little just careful that you're not overwhelming your combat, because, I don't know, running a combat with 12 monsters can be, like, a lot. And sometimes that stuff grows exponentially, because not only are they growing in power because there's other ones around, literally they are growing in power because you have more action economy on their side now. This is a medium undead, CR3. It's kind of a squishy CR3. It's very squishy CR3. 32 hit points for a CR... I feel like a CR3 monster can have like 70 hit points a lot of the time. Entropic Touch. An Eloriad's touch disrupts most living tissue. Whenever an Eloriad hits a creature with its claw attacks, they have to make a con save. Or on a failure, it has its constitution score decreased by 1d4. The target dies if it is reduced to 0. Otherwise, the reduction lasts until the target finishes a short or long rest. Okay, so...
first things first, you don't need that first sentence. It does nothing.
Yes, that is a very good point. Literally get rid of that first sentence, because we are just in mechanics land here.
Well, and also the mechanics are evocative enough to tell us that it's disrupting living tissue. Disrupting living tissue isn't adding much.
Yes, that is a good point. The other thing is that this should not be a passive feature. This is part of their attack. It should be part of the attack.
Yes.
If you want this to be like anytime a creature, anything touches this thing, you need different language for it. Look at like a fire elemental and the language that it has for dealing fire damage to stuff that's too close to it. That being said, I think that this is punishing in a way that is not going to be fun to engage with. I think it's going to not be fun to engage with for 2 reasons. The first reason is that the only thing this is really doing is making people have less hit points and making them lose concentration on spells more. That's it. Attacks already make us have less hit points by dealing damage, so that's not adding another element. And if you are a spellcaster, that is not a challenging situation that is challenging in a fun way. That is just I suck at I'm going to lose access to my concentration spells more way. I don't know how fun that's going to be or how much of like a dynamic challenge that's going to be. That's the first kind of big blip here. The second big blip here is the way that this is written. Every time a player fails this saving throw, that means that player in the middle of combat needs to recalculate their hit points. They need to look at how many hit points they have, and they need to think about what their hit point difference would be based on how many hit points they would lose based on losing 3 constitution. So they need to go like, okay, well, I was at 17, so I don't lose any hit points for losing the first constitution, but then I go down 2 I go down to 17, I go down to 15, so that makes that down to 16. 16, my constitution is now only plus 3, or down to 15, now my constitution is plus 2. I had, 30 hit points because it was and you have to do all of that math every time, as opposed to just getting less hit points or having your health maximum get dropped. That's way too much to ask a player to do. I would say once in a combat, let alone many times, especially assuming that you're going to be fighting many of these monsters. As you said, you're going to be throwing more and more out there.
It's so funny that you pointed out, I think, the biggest, sort of issue with playing this at the table, because that is the biggest issue with playing this at the table. There's a bigger game design issue under the hood, though, actually. It's a positive feedback loop, which is, in this case, bad. Every time you drop your con, it becomes harder to resist this.
Oh, that's right. This saving throw should not be Constitution based. This saving throw should be something else. This should be Dex based or something. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a really good point. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is overkill. I also think it's just straight up not going to be a fun feature to deal with. So if we wanted to give a cult a basic entropy vibe, how could we do that? The first thing that comes to my mind is give them something similar to what like a gelatinous cube gets, where their attacks can deteriorate metal.
I also think that you could do negatives to con saves. That's not bad.
Yeah.
You could also do what is really well worn in D&D and reduce HP max by a fixed amount.
Yeah, that's what vampires do. They deal some. You lose your max HP.
And I'm gonna be honest, that kind of does open up for me. Like, this is basically just a vampire, right? Like it's doing a little bit. It's basically it's a pretty bog standard undead. It's reducing your HP max, because ultimately that's the big thing that's happening here, right? Yeah, your con save is going down, but the big thing is that it's reducing your HP max. And if it reduces your HP max to 0, you can't be resurrected. That's it. The only other thing here is that it has a longsword. I don't know how I feel about that. That feels kind of generic to me. Like, it's written in a way that is a little bit more complex and feels unique to this thing. But if you do everything that we're suggesting, you reorganize Entropic Touch to be part of the attacks. And
also, why does it have a longsword? The claw is just better. The longsword does 1d8 plus 3. The claw does 2d4 plus 3. Mathematically, that's going to do more damage most of the time. Half that damage is necrotic, which is a better damage type, and then it gets this whole secondary feature. There's literally no reason for it to ever use its longsword. So I don't even think it needs the longsword.
So to my mind, I would say
it's also
like,
not CR3. This is like CR 1/2 or 1.
Yeah.
Max.
Yeah, for damage throughput. Yeah. I don't really understand, I think, kind of what the point is. I mean, obviously you said like you're looking at some old monsters and trying to kind of work them into 5e.
The point is it's a cult of entropy, and they want these guys to have a sort of natural entropic nature beyond the basic undead, which is why I think you lean into like eroding metal and like entropy beyond just hip. You know what I mean? Like lean into like you disintegrate things around you. Like you're making
fucking
things rotten.
Age them.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Saving throw where they age a certain amount of years.
Right? It's less mechanically important, so you can kind of play around with the CR stuff. It also gives your monks a thing to do with their cannot be aged bullshit. Like,
yeah, but that's not going to matter till they're level like 1 million or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, the also just mathematically, this isn't a CR3 monster. If you want it, whenever you're trying to figure out what the CR of your monster should be, take a look at other CR3 monsters. Don't pick one. Look at like a big spread of them. But
yeah, because CR is notoriously messy.
Yeah, like this thing has only one attack. If a CR3 monster should have multiple attacks, or it has one big fuck off move. A claw with entropic touch is not fun, but it's not big fuck off. It's you know what I mean? It's not devastating enough to merit this thing having such a bad action economy. Because realistically, the way this thing is written, I think 4 level 1 characters could pretty easily take this guy. And that's not a CR. That's not a CR3 monster. I think a bear could take this guy. Just a regular bear in D&D, like just a CR1 bear could take this guy. Yeah, bear is just. And also, why is their AC 18? It's such a high AC. It feels kind of random. Normally, when you're making... Remember when you're putting the stats together for your monster? Those stats... Part of those stats is thinking about, like, what makes sense in terms of you want them to be tougher, so you give them more hit points or more AC. But you want that to sell a certain flavor. So normally if something has a really high AC, that's because they have a very high dexterity, or because they have some element of armor, whether that is natural armor or metal or stuff. This doesn't have a logical reason to have such a high AC as natural armor. Undead notoriously have very low ACs, because they're fucking mushy bone guys. So I don't understand in the lore of this guy what makes these zombies like made of metal, because that's basically what you're saying by giving it a natural AC of 18, because that is the AC of plate mail. That means that this thing is as hard. This is a zombie that is as naturally tough as a knight in full plate, and I feel like that feels weird. Like I'd play around with that a little bit. Yeah. Other than that, though, I think that like, yeah, I think you gotta. I don't know, man. Pat, I want to say I think this might be a square. This might be a go to
square one.
This might be a square one redo.
There's
really
not
anything
much
here
on the page.
There's not really anything here that I think you should keep outside of maybe like the core concept. But like the implementation of that concept right now, I think is lacking. And
it also, to be fair, there's not a ton of it, right? So to say that it's lacking,
starting
like,
from
there
square one is not a bad thing here. It's short. This is the easiest square one to start from.
Right, you're not losing a lot. You're just losing Entropic Touch, which needs reworked. Nothing else is really. There's nothing really here other than Entropic Touch.
Yeah. But I do think that when you're building a monster that is designed to be not have a lot of things going on, you don't want to rush through. I mean, with any monster, but it's easier when it doesn't have a lot going on. But you don't want to rush through how you come to the conclusion of what its stats are. You don't want to rush through that, or its AC or things like that, because that also is like, it's annoying as a player when the Dungeon Master describes a monster, and then you're like, all right, I got a 17. And they're like, yeah, you missed. And it's like, why is its AC 18? You said it was like a zombie in a robe, right? Like, does it have like a shield or like some sort of warding stuff? It's like, no. It's like, okay, that's not like a fun plot point for me. That's like a mechanical narrative dissonance point for me. CR3 is the equivalent of a level 5 PC. Could give it multi-attack. Yeah, you could give it multi-attack where it makes a sword attack and a claw attack. That would at least give the sword a reason to exist. Because it's like, it gets 2 attacks, one of them is scarier. And that's really fun with monsters, where you give it a couple basic attacks and one scary attack, because that in a lot of the time almost is more like high drama, like suspense than if all of its attacks are scary, because the players don't really know who's going to get what attacks, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. But I hope you keep working on it. I'm going to say, if you want to do entropy stuff, man, lean into entropy broader than just flesh entropy, but like physical object entropy. I think that is going to help a lot. I think that is going to help a lot. That also is going to be impactful at level 1 and impactful at level 20. I don't really have more thoughts.
I agree.
Moot, do you have any questions? If you have a question, ask it in the chat. Otherwise, thank you for sharing. Round of applause. Yeah, that's a good point, Geo. Geo just said, giving a monster 2 unique attacks where one is a little scary, then the other also gives the Dungeon Master a little wiggle room in terms of how punishing they want to be. And, like, where they want to put the threat, if they want to be able to, like, you know, not immediately kill a character, but that character got fucked, you know? Good stuff. Boom! Boom. Boom. All right, chat. Oops. We're going to be playing another round of race. Marbles race. Devil's Chaos? Is this just going to kill all of you if we do that one? I think we do it, right? Yeah. All right, everyone. Prepare for Devil's Chaos. Exclamation point play in the chat. You know how we do.
Do it.
And remember, we're just looking at monsters and magic items today, friendos. Monsters and magic items. You got a second to plug some stuff in. Another thing that you can do, which is annoying, but it's doable, is you just take a couple spells, and you make the cult members all get those spells.
That is fun. That's a good way to do a cult.
It's like maybe they all have kind of different stats. Some are ranged fighters, some are tanky, some are quick, some are beefy. But they all get like invisibility and silent image and charm person. You know, that creates a vibe of that cult, you know? All right. Do we think that anybody else? Should we wait any longer? I think we're ready to go.
Nah, go for it.
All right. Here we go. All right, let's see who wins, who loses, and who dances the dance of a monkey in France. Those monkeys on the side of the road that played like the music box monkeys, I feel bad for them. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah.
I feel like you see them in a park in France in like a picture book.
Yeah, in the early 1900s.
Yeah. Everett's in front. Oh, this one's
Everett.
crazy. Well, this is weird. All right, Everett. All right, Avenger. All right, Edmar. This is still anybody's game, by the way. This is the devil's course. Avenger and Everett are kind of neck and neck. Followed by Super and Edmar. Oh, somebody. Baba! We lost you, Baba. Lost but not forgotten. Lost but not for Geo. We've missed you, Geo. My brother's texting me.
Oh. Did y'all know Cinder had a brother? Lore drop.
Psh. All right, here's this crazy spiral that keeps messing with people. Let's see what it does. What's going on in here?
Yeah. What's going? What happens in that spiral?
Avenger just fucking aced that. All right, Avenger. Good luck. Good luck with the tail. I think Avenger is our champion. Unless something Whoa, there's still more. Wait, there's a cannon at the end. All right, let's see what happens here. Could be one of those moments. Avenger's good. Oh, there's still more. Oh my god, there's a whole lava part. Bye, Duncan. Up here come Everett. Here comes the sharp dressed. See if either of them take a different path. Okay, now's when it's gonna get a little dangerous. Oh, what happens to the lava? Be careful! Don't burn yourself! Ooh, the sharp dressed! The sharp dressed is taking the lead!
Let's go.
I think the sharp dressed might have just Uh-oh, I think Avenger got stuck. Look where Avenger is. That's gonna take a while, buddy. Oh, the sharp dress! Oh, the sharp dress died! Okay. We'll see what happens. Everett! It might be Everett. This is, you think, the devil's little trick? Whoever gets there gets stuck? We'll see what happens. Avenger is still there. But they're also still in second. I think it might be Everett. All right, Everett. Now, Everett. We lost somebody here earlier. We'll see if we lose you. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Snowy's catching up. Snowy's catching up, Everett. You better look out. You better watch your feet, dude. You better watch your feet and your nose and your eyeballs. Avenger's coming in like a bat. Dude, Avenger just launched out. Oh my god, Avenger! How did you get back there so quickly, Avenger? I thought you were lost. Oh shit! Oh shit, Avenger's taking the lead! What the fuck? What the fuck? Avenger has it! That was wild!
The upset.
Dude, the upset. The upset is real. The upset is real. Wow. Coming in with the steel chair is real. That's legit. That was wild. All right, Avenger. What homebrew did you send me? Let's see. Is your name Avenger in the chat, in the Discord, or is it something different? Avenger, who are you in the chat? Or you are in my Discord. You're not Geo. You're not Everett. You're not Edmar. You're not Hyrule, I don't think. Answer me, you fiend. All right, chill music. You're not in the Discord? All right, then we're going to the next person. Because that's the way that you send in the brew, unless you want to do it really quickly. Can you do it really quickly? Do you want us to look at your homebrew? You can post it in the, you can go to the Discord right now and post it in the September 22nd forum that is linked in the announcement page. I'll give you a second if you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, we're going to go to the second place person. Or I need to see if your response, see if you're going to do that. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. Edmar, I know, man. It was hectic. That was a hectic one. I want Avenger to be able to send in their brew because that was such a clutch victory at the end. You know? I feel like they deserve it. But they still haven't said anything after they said I'm not in the Discord. And it's been like more than 30 seconds. So I'm not sure if they're going to say anything else. So I'm going to move on very shortly. See them. All right, man. Avenger, you got like 10 seconds left to communicate with me, or we're moving on. All right, you got less than 10 seconds. You got 4, 3. It's all good. All right, yeah, no worries. Next time, send it into the Discord though, and then we'll take a look. Ask a question. Yeah, ask your question. You got a question? Hell yeah. What's your question, dude? Ask us your question. What's your question? How would I make General Grievous? I would just use the I would just use that demon. There's a demon that's kind of perfect for it. I'll show you.
There's a four-armed demon that has four swords.
Just use the Marilith.
Yeah.
Just this.
I mean, you could potentially take the Marilith and make it, instead of a fiend, make it a construct.
Yeah, just make it a construct. But look, it already gets 6 to 7 attacks. It gets a reaction parry on every single turn. And you can just reflavor the teleport as it moving really quickly. And you can reflavor the tail as them doing some like sweep attack. And then you're just there. Boom. It's literally perfect. It gets a reaction on every single turn. So it gets as many reactions as it needs to do stuff. Oh, it's CR16. CR16. They're beefy boys. But you could you could tone this down. It has a million saving throws also. You could tweak it down for sure. You could totally tweak it down. But this is, I think, this is also my favorite subclass to use, my favorite monster to use when I want to build like a brilliant swordsman. I think this is a great subclass for a swordsman. How does submissions to one be, the way that you Amigo, the way that you play is that when I tell you to, when the race comes up, you go over to Twitch chat and you type in !play in chat, and you'll see other people doing it, and that's how you do it. So I'll tell you again next time. But anytime just also, if you're watching on YouTube and you're not watching live, you're never gonna get there because you might be watching like 10 minutes late and you're just doing it randomly. So just be thoughtful of that. Make sure you're live. Make sure you're watching it when it's going, or you're gonna miss them. My 9-year-old has been binging your Warhammer shorts. He's almost done with his 2K Necron army. He just wanted to say hi. All right. Phoenix, without telling me any personal information about your nephew, what's a name that I could call them if I wanted to say hi to them, if you wanted me to clip this? Because you can clip in YouTube and then you just have it as a video. So don't tell me any real information, but if their name is like Tim or Johan or Mary Beth or whatever, let me know what their name is and I'll make a little video for them.
Swimothy.
You can send it to them. Okay, so we're gonna go with our second place winner, which is Everett.
Everett.
Wait, Avenger, I hope that answers your question. But yeah, that monster is a really good... I forgot to say, guys, if you don't have a homebrew and you just want to ask a D&D question, like, how do I make this in D&D? That is also totally acceptable, and I'm super happy to do that. I enjoy that puzzle box greatly. All right, Everett, what you got for us today? Let's see. He's watching right now? All right, give me a second. Just give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Hello, Builder. Welcome. Builder. Building your Necron army, I see. You build a tomb of slumber upon the realm of man. Will you take back the universe? Because it was your stomping ground long before these little fleshlings infected all of those fair planets. Your army's almost ready. You got your scarabs. You got your little blasty guys. It is time! Send your troops out! Anyway, I believe in you, Builder. Builder 1. Anyway, I'm glad you like my Warhammer stuff, buddy. That's fun. That's nice. All right, let's see what Everett has for us to look at. Boom! He goes by Builder. I hope I did it. I hope I did it justice. I hope Builder feels appropriately heard and seen. All right, Everett, what the hell are we looking at? Acts of Draconic Soul. Boom! You made the hop? Welcome. A unique, it's a +1, 2, or 3 battle axe. So it's intended to be like, I don't care what level you get it. I just want you to get it. Forged as a gift from the... What rarity is it? It's okay. Everett, there's a big red flag here immediately, which is telling me I'm not going to be able to give this super good feedback if it is tied to a specific homebrew subclass that I'm not looking at, just so you know. Just so you know. So I don't know how helpful my feedback's going to be. Forged as a gift from the dragons for the firstborn son, born from the unlikely marriage of a dragon and a human, forged in the blessed mountains of Oroth. That sentence sucks! I love you, but fuck me. Let me read that sentence again, and I want you to think about how it sounds. Forged as a gift from the dragons for the firstborn son born from the unlikely marriage of dragon and human forged in the mountains of Oroth. Come on, buddy. So whenever we're making homebrew...
Also not a sentence.
No, it's not a sentence. Whenever you're making flavor text, don't try to write your flavor text like you're making an epic speech looking out over the horizon in a YA novel. It never works out. Okay, yeah, so make the flavor text shorter, more concise, and make it more evocative. This is like rambling. You say born too much. Like, it's all... Come on now. Come on. Okay. It levels up with you. It's a +1 weapon. It becomes a +2 weapon at level 7. And then at 14, I'm assuming it becomes a +3 weapon. Let's see what it does. It's sentient. The spirits of all who wield it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This is a weird phrase. So, if you make a sentient magic item in D&D, every single sentient magic item has intelligence stats, charisma stats, and wisdom stats. So give it stats. 9 times out of 10, when you make a sentient magic item, it has a whole section that is just the information about its sentience. And that section will tell you its stats, also the way that it communicates, and also what its goals are. You should do that. Otherwise, it's not helpful that it's a sentient magic item. Because it sounds like you're using sentient magic item as like flavor to explain why we get this feature, but there's a lot more to sentience than just getting a feature. Like, if you don't want it to actually be able to talk and think and stuff, then don't give it sentience. Just say you can use it to channel the wisdom of the ancients or whatever. At the start of each day, you roll 3 separate d20s. The outcome of the roll. Oh, I'm so dumb. Look at this. It literally deals with intelligence, wisdom, and charisma immediately next. Ha ha ha. Wait, Chad, I need to do something. I need to be honest here. Behold, I must eat a little crow. This is why sometimes this is why, like, normally when we're not making a show, you read the whole thing before you start giving critiques. Because then I wouldn't have just ranted at them for like 3 minutes about that. But so I just eat a little crow. Meeting crow. We must acknowledge when we're wrong. All right. So at the start of each day, you roll 3 separate d20s. The outcome of the roll determines its intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Once per long rest, you can choose to add your ancestor's intelligence, wisdom, or charisma modifier to the corresponding check or save instead of your own. Okay. I don't hate it, but I do hate how complicated it is.
Yeah. Also, whoa. Sorry. D20s for judging a stat.
Yeah, this is not.
There's a. I'm not going to do the math off the top of my head, but it's something like a 66% chance that these are just going to be worse than your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
That's true. That's true. But if even one of them is better, it's very useful. Because if the wisdom, because you're adding their entire, it's like getting a flat +2 or +3 potentially modifier.
But it's so uncertain.
Yeah, and you can only use it once per long rest. I really like the idea. This is what I really like. Okay, there's something I really like the idea that this sword is not one spirit or axe or whatever. It's not one spirit. It's the spirit of lots. So every day it's like a different spirit that's in it. That being said, I genuinely don't think the way to explore that is in changing its stats around.
No,
I feel like that's
not.
That's a very esoteric thing to explore. And that's also the kind of thing that if the dungeon master doesn't want to have to think about it, it's not going to feel like anything outside of you get a random buff to a random stat once per day. And if you get a random buff to a random stat once per day, I think that's fine. But it might be the kind of thing where you make this a table, and every day you roll on the table, and that table determines one of 7 or 8 or 3 or whatever dragon archetypes. And depending on which one you roll, it like gives you a boost to a different stat, or it gives you the ability to do this in a different way, or it gives you like a different spell or a different elemental damage type that you add to stuff. Do you know what I mean? Make it so that we're leaning less into the dungeon master being like, okay, now I have to come up with the attitude of a 8 charisma, 17 wisdom, 10 intelligence dragon. You know what I mean? You deal an additional 1d6 damage of your draconic ancestry type. When do you do that? When you make attack rolls on weapon attacks? We need to know when this happens. Also, the weapon already becomes a +2 and then a +3 weapon. We don't need to do enhancing the damage. I don't know if we need to do enhancing the damages. I don't know if we do. Maybe we do, but it feels a little overkill. And then we have ancestor scales at level 7. It can temporarily manifest scales on your body. As a reaction to a creature surpassing meteor AC, you can add your proficiency bonus to your AC until the start of your next turn. Okay. This magic item is a really, really cool idea, and you are not exploring cool mechanics, and that frustrates me. The idea of a magic item that shifts between being different dragons with different personalities and different strengths and weaknesses is cool. But what does this magic item actually do? It does 3...
Gives you a slight bonus to your thing.
Buddy, I can tell you in 3 words. Numbers go up. That's literally all this does. I fucking hate when that's all magic items do. Literally, this just does more AC, more damage, more saving throws. It's literally just numbers go up. You've built this incredibly dynamic system, but the outcome of that system is incredibly mundane. Never make your system more interesting than your outcome. So,
that's good advice. Write that down. Somebody chat, write that down.
So, either simplify your system or interestingify your outcome.
I would do both, personally. I mean, Cinder, I've got to bounce here in a minute, so this is gonna be the last one I look at. But I'm curious, how would you tackle this? Because there's a lot of dynamism here.
I would give you a D8 every day you roll a D8. I would come up with 8 fake famous dragons or draconic archetypes.
Sure.
And each
I like the idea of naming them and stuff, like they're actual characters.
Yeah, and then each one, I would basically be like, it would give you 1 to 3 things. One would be like 1 or twice a day, you could add some bonus to a specific skill check that they are notoriously good at, whether it's like stealth, intimidation, whatever you associate. Each one gets like a thing that they're like a skill that gives you a little bonus to, and then probably, if you want to do the damage, a damage that is like once per round when you hit a creature with an attack or whatever, and it is associated with that dragon type. So it's like acid damage or fire damage or whatever. And then, instead of doing this reaction AC thing, I would give each dragon a completely different reaction feature. So maybe one of them could be an AC bonus, one of them is a movement thing, one of them is damage back. But I would try to make it so basically every single time you rolled this, it would give you a little bit of 1 to 3 things that would have very different vibes depending on which dragon was rolled, as opposed to it just being numbers. Those are my thoughts. I mean, at the end of the day, that is another version of numbers go up, but you could play around with sort of what alternative features you gave it, or if you didn't want to just do flat damage, you could have each one get some sort of activatable unique feature based on the dragon, maybe like a unique breath weapon that maybe if the Dragonborn has to pick this or whatever, or Path of the Dragon Barbarian has to pick this, I'm assuming they have some breath weapon. Maybe, depending on which dragon, once per day, their breath weapon has some secondary feature, something like that.
Ooh, that's fun. I like that. That's very fun.
Yeah. Because I really love the flavor. Like, that's such a fun idea for flavor. Do you know what I mean? D&D is not just all numbers.
Yes.
I completely disagree. But I also think that's a really what's the word? Not pedantic. What's the word when you like sort of make an in earnest argument to try to prove you there's a phrase for it. But like that's not a real argument if you just say D&D is just numbers. Like no, it's not. And if you really think
it's absolutely not.
If you really think it is, then why are you in a homebrew conversation? But it's not a valuable devil's advocate. I don't want to have a dumb conversation that we don't need to have.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like we don't need to have that conversation. Play devil's advocate if you want to, but I would say play intelligent devil's advocate, not low-hanging fruit devil's advocate. And if you really and if you think that D&D is just numbers, that's amazing, and we don't need to talk about your homebrew. Because your homebrew is just numbers, and there's no feedback to give other than, numbers went up. You know? So I would say, for all those devil advocates that say D&D is just numbers, amazing. I do not care about reading your homebrew. I don't need to. It's great. It's all just numbers go up. But anyway, I think this has really amazing flavor.
Yes.
And I think you got to lean into the flavor and the mechanics, especially because the way this is written, it's very obvious to me that you are going to plan on this player having this item the whole campaign. So the other thing that you could do is you could scale the features they get. So like maybe at level 1, they roll a dice and then the whichever dragon they pick, they just get the skill bonus. And then when it levels up to becoming a +2 weapon at level 7, now depending on the dragon, they get the skill bonus and the reaction feature. And then when you get to level 14, then they get the skill bonus and the reaction feature and the empowered breath weapon. So that could be a way that it scales in kind of more interesting ways too.
Yep.
Anyway, those would be my thoughts. Thank you for sharing.
It is rare that something comes through that has so much potential. This is cool. This is a cool idea. There's a lot that you could do with this. You could run a campaign around just this item.
Yeah, I like the flavor. I also really like the idea of a creature or a item or something. Like, I like the roll for stats every day as a concept. I just don't know if it's the right thing for here. I don't know if it's the right thing.
Well, also, you can't implement it this way because rolling for stats, there's an equal chance that you get a 1 and a 20.
Yeah, those stats are going to be crazy.
there's a 50% chance that you roll a 10 or lower. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just not going to work.
Yeah.
There's a reason why rolling dice for characters is like 3d6, drop 1, but then you can mulligan and it's a whole fucking faff, right? Like, you gotta do it a different way.
Yeah. Milky Boy, the way that you submit Homebrew tonight is sort of the way that we're doing it in general now. If you want to submit Homebrew that is a magic item or a monster, or whatever the theme is for the night, when we have a marbles race, which we're going to have in a second on Twitch, you got to go over to Twitch chat and type !play into chat and join the race. If you have a subclass that you want me to look at, I have my commissions are open all week for every stream. So if you want to just not do a race, you just want to jump ahead of the line, you can pay $20 and I will just immediately look at your subclass or for whatever day you get it for. But we are also going to do probably some open submission subclass stuff on Sundays. If you're like, fuck you, I don't want to give you money. That's fine too. Cool. Thank you very much,
Cinder.
dude. Yeah.
I think that's it for me. I gotta
All right,
log
buddy.
off.
Thank you very much for
This
hopping
was a
in,
tremendous
Patrick.
amount of fun.
Yeah, you're the best.
You all are talented as always, and I will see you all later. Bye.
All right, buddy. Be good. Click. That was our dear Patrick. The Dungeon Master of my podcast, Unbalanced Encounters, which if you haven't seen or heard, you could go do that right now if you really wanted to. Wow! No pressure. Let us... somebody asked a question in chat that I wanted to read. What was that? Would it work for an item to give you the life transference spell, allow you to heal someone without having to pay the health cost, but of course a different cost tied to said item? What would the different cost be? I think that depends. I think you could do that. You just have to figure out what that system is. So, like, I could totally see a thing where it's like a magic item that would be good for like a wizard or a sorcerer who don't normally have access to spellcasting magic or healing spellcasting, and there could be a feature where it's like, with this magic item, you can expend a spell slot to heal a creature you can see within 20 feet of you, and for every level of spell slot you expend, it's 1d6 or 1d8 or 1d10 or something. So if you expend a second level spell slot, you can heal someone 2d10. Or you could up that if you wanted to do more. But that could totally work as an item. I wouldn't make it the life transference spell, because as soon as you start trading one resource for another one, any sort of element of balance goes out the window, and there's going to be way too many, like, exceptions to when that makes sense, or ways to juke that system and to sort of cheese it. So what I would say is, if you want to do a life transference thing, it either has to be just a system you build into the item or into the feature or whatever, or it has to be something where you're not shifting resources between different systems. A Dagger of the Ogre Mage is a magic item that I have seen before. I know that magic item. I have been on a Lord of the Rings kick lately. What is your opinion? We're gonna play more marbles. I'm just shifting gears because I want to read chat for a minute, and I'm gonna see if anyone has weird questions. But we'll do another round in a sec. What is your opinion on the Goliath forged dagger being a longsword for a halfling? I think that's really fun. I think that's good. I think that's good world building, honestly. To give someone an item that's a longsword or a greatsword, and it's called a something's dagger, because that just, even if the players don't see that thing, it implies a much larger world than you are. You know, there's a lot of implicit world building in an item that's named that way. You can do a lot with a name, and I think that is a very, very, very solid way of doing it. Max's Hideout says, my idea right now is a ring of absorbing souls for slain creatures. The more souls you have, you can expand said soul to cast different kinds of necromancy-based spells, like a single soul for a spell. I mean, you could do that. I think the trick is, again, there needs to be some element of limitation. I wouldn't have it so open-ended. Whenever you build a feature around killing creatures, and that feature can stack, meaning that if I kill 10 creatures, I get 10 charges, it's very easy to abuse that system, because you could just kill a rat or an insect or something. Like, what denotes a creature is very open-ended in D&D. It's also so I would just be a little careful of that. I think the move is you give it I think the move is like you make a ring, and the ring can have a maximum of 6 charges. Anytime a sentient creature, that means a creature that can like think and talk, has a sense of self. Anytime a sentient creature dies within, let's say, 30 feet of you, 60 feet of you, you can use your reaction to siphon part of their soul into the ring. That ring gains a charge. The ring can have a maximum of 6 charges, and then you have things you can expend the charges on. That could work really well. I wouldn't call that a life transference thing, but I think that could work out quite well. And then you could just pick a list of necromancy spells you think would be fun to put on the ring, and you could almost scale them based on how available, how powerful the spells are. But even then, you got to be a little careful with that, because that's still potentially, like, let's say you make it so the ring, let's say you make it so like you can cast like a second level. Let's say you get Animate Dead for 3 charges, and the ring only has a maximum of 3 charges. You could still really abuse that, because you could potentially cast that spell 30 times that day if you kill enough creatures. So there needs to be some element of, I can't just get infinite spell casting, even though I can recuperate this item by killing things. You don't want it to be an infinite loop. A lot of D&D and balance is about resource management, and if you put a piece of homebrew in that has essentially limitless resource use because it's a self-fulfilling resource cycle, that can make other things feel really weak. Like, what I foresee with that is if you have a party with spellcasters, whichever spellcaster has that item they're just the infinite spellcaster now. Or whoever has that item. So anyone that's a spellcaster is going to end up with less spell slots than whoever has one item. And you don't want an item to overshadow a class. In an ideal situation, the most prominent features your character has should come from their class and their subclass, and all of the magic item features should work to uplift that class and that subclass, but they should not overshadow it. Infinite spellcasting loop would be overshadowing it. Anyway, those would be my thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I think you just got to figure out how to limit that bad boy. What conversations do you have with a player when you have to nerf an item you gave them? That is a really good question. So I've had to do this a couple times. In my very first D&D campaign that I ran, I completely overshot the magic items I should give my players. Everyone had the equivalent of a legendary artifact or an artifact level item by level 7. I was shooting the moon with power. And basically, in the briefest of nutshells, they got to be like level 11, and they were just taking out like CR 15 and 16 monsters fucking easy. And I was having a really hard time balancing combat in a way that I was having a hard time avoiding the situation where like players were always dying or monsters were always dying. Everything was just dying instantly. Like nothing got to play with its mechanics. It was everything's you fail and you die, or you succeed and you survive, and that was kind of it. And I literally just had to sit down with my players, and I said, guys, I am not enjoying running combat this way. We are making all of your magic stuff weaker. Everything is going to be weaker. So if you have any like +1 stuff, is anything that had a modifier to it, we're removing that modifier or lowering that modifier. That was the main thing that I changed. And yeah, my players were really whiny about it. And they like did a little bit of like, oh, I would have hit if Cinder didn't handicap my magic item. They definitely did that a little bit. But I am pretty close with my players, so I was just like, hey, shut the fuck up. You're not the one running this game. You're the one that gets to just show up. I messed up. I'm not going to have to make... If I can't change the thing that I messed up so it's easier for me to run, like, fuck you. I don't... You know what I mean? Like, you being a little bit disappointed that your numbers go down is not more important than me being able to run the game well. It's just not. You're not running the game. I am. And at the end of the day, if your player can't respect that you are doing a little bit more work than them, then that's jabroni Maloney behavior. So I think the key is really just making them understand why you're weakening it. And don't say because it's too strong. That's annoying. Say, let them know that it's like the way that these items are working, the way that I didn't know that magic item was going to work that way, and now it's very hard for me to run any sort of interesting combat. I want to have fun building combat encounters, and I don't want to spend hours trying to figure out how. Make my job a little bit easier. I guarantee you it will still be fun. Something like that. I'm making this more fun for you. Yeah, it's like the easier it is for me to build an interesting combat encounter, the more fun it will be. Trust me that my goal is you having fun. That also is an issue. I think the idea of players struggling with a magic item being weakened, I think sits in a very similar place as players struggling with remembering that the dungeon master and the player are on the same team. Because me making your magic items weaker isn't like not fair because now I'm stronger. We're on the same team. Yeah, don't do it sneaky at all. I agree. I think that's... Because if you're like, well, you could just boost the CR and the AC of the monsters, A, that's not going to solve the problem. Because the monsters are still going to be... Like, if I accidentally gave my players items that made them do way too much damage, they're still going to be glass cannons regardless of what monsters I throw at them. That doesn't matter. I could be like, okay, well, they all are doing way too much attack. All their attack rolls are too high, and all of them do too much damage. So I could just scale up monsters in terms of giving them more AC and more HP. That's 100% doable. But you know what that also is? A lot of work that is not fun. So why do it? You know, let's share the work. You know what I mean? Yeah, always talk to your players. It's just, I mean, think about it from two. I think it's better to talk to your players for two reasons, and this is true for almost all problems in D&D. The first reason is that it reminds them that you are not against them, but you're on the same team, and that you guys are building this thing together. And it also reminds them that like you're having fun with them, but it's also work. And it's fun work, but it's a little bit of a reminder of like, guys, like, raise your hand if you spent like 3 hours getting ready for the session. And then you don't want to say that because it's kind of rude. You know, you don't want to come off like a dick. But just sort of being like, just a friendly reminder, like, yo, this is making it really take too long to run combat. You know? I fucked up. Get them on the same team as you. And then also, sometimes players have better solutions than you have in mind. Sometimes you're like, here's a problem we're having. I don't really know how to fix it. And then often one of the players will be like, well, what if we change this to this? And you're like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that works really well. Could also be a solution. And sometimes players care about one thing way more than they care about another. And you end up, sometimes the problem is very easy to solve with depending on what the players care about. Because they don't always care about numbers go up either. Should we do another game of marbles? Let me see. Did I miss any questions anybody asked in chat? I don't think so. I did not. I haven't had a D&D session in 9 months. Oofa. Sorry, buddy. I haven't actually had a D&D session in almost a similar amount of time. I haven't played D&D in so long. I will be playing a lot of D&D, I think, come November. Fingers crossed. Because I think I'm going to be playing 1 or 2 games on stream. And hopefully starting a home game. So I'm going to be going from no D&D to much D&D, which would be lovely. Okay, so the way that this works, if you have a piece of Homebrew you want us to look at. Ooh, let's do this one. This one's funny looking. If you have a piece of Homebrew you want us to look at, go over to the Twitch chat and type !play in the chat. Do it. Do it now. And you will arrive in the race. And you can do this if you want to send in Homebrew. You can do this if you don't want to send in Homebrew. If you have a Homebrew that you want us to look at, then make sure it is posted in the Discord in the appropriate thread. If you don't have Homebrew you want us to look at, and you just want to play, that's fine too. And alternatively, if you don't have Homebrew you want us to look at, but you want me to answer one of your questions and guarantee to like take a little bit of time to answer it, and you win, I will be like, okay, let us dig into this a little bit. Like with Avenger, when they just wanted to ask a question, we just talked about it for a couple minutes. We found a monster for them. That was actually really fast because I kind of knew immediately what monster they should use, but you know. All right. Which thread is the one in this case? The one I want to point at is the brew peer review. Dozy, if you look in the announcement channel, I have everything linked in the announcement for this video. So there's a channel called Cinder Reviews, and there's a thread that says September 22nd, Magic Item and Monsters. And everything is just linked in the announcement post if that's easier for you. Oh, Indoor Possum coming in. What's up, Indoor Possum? How's it going, buddy? Welcome to the show. All right. We're going to give people another moment, and then we're going to play. Just a wee little moment. All right. Let's also find a different... We also need to find different music. All right. All right. I'm not seeing anybody else typing. So I'm going to assume we have as many people as going to play. Now we're getting started. Oh no, this song is stupid. This song's stupid. All these songs are stupid. Fuck. Alright. Alright, we're going. Oh boy, it's getting started. Oh, yeah, we go. Uh-oh. Don't freeze. Okay, there we go. Oh, Indoor is the new guy, and he's in the front. What happens? Is it about who gets the center? How is this ending going to work? All right, we'll see. All right, Indoor Possum, what you got, buddy? Edmar is coming up, and so's Duncan. Oh, it's a close race. Don't forget to cast spells in the chat, guys. You got nothing? Hell yeah. You can ask a question if you want, but if you got nothing, we'll just give it to whoever gets second. Don't even worry about it. But Edmar might be winning. Edmar just pulled into the... Oh, Indoor is back. Okay, here we go. I don't know what happens here. Boom! 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 Edmar! Oh, is it about who gets closer to the center that wins? Oh my god, it totally is. That's so funny. The winner is Duncan! I didn't know this one had a timer. I didn't know that one was like an aim-based one. That's cool. That's fun. Oh, that's very fun. Alrighty. Duncan. You got some brew for us to look at, buddy? I will go post in the Discord. Just give me a second. Got you, fam. Got you, fam. Go post in the Discord. Do it. Post. Post. Post, 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 post. You will post in the Discord. I will post in the Discord. How's everybody doing today? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Boom. Thank you. We got a magic item. Lovely. Boom. There's in the chat. You're making money? More money, more problems. No, less money, less problems. Or less money, more problems is more accurate. All right, let's see. This is called Resin Bite. It is a rare hand axe that requires attunement from a paladin, cleric, druid, or barbarian. Why? Why this combination? So... Here's a thought. Okay. So this is, by the way, you are more than welcome to respond in chat, but just know that if you respond, I have a hard time not getting aggressive until we're done the conversation. So if you're like, oh, it's because I think this is cool, I'm gonna be like, ah! But normally, when you are going to make a magic item require attunement from a specific class or subclass or species, it is for one of two reasons. Flavor and lore, or because the magic item inherently is tied to some of their core mechanics. There is no core mechanic that all of these classes share. I would also argue there is no flavor that all of these classes share. So what the fuck are we doing here? This feels like we don't need this. Why can't a fighter use this? Why can't a ranger use this? So I think this like, maybe we'll find something in the mechanics here, but this feels genuinely random. And if you're like, oh, I know why, it's because of this, and this. None of that is, we don't feel that in this mechanics. Just cut this shit out. Irrelevant. Or, you know, make it cleric and paladin and have it tied to, like, you know, doing radiant damage or something. Or make it tied to barbarian and have it tied to their reckless attack or something. But, like, whenever we want something to... it was more so a nature-inspired item, so more primal nature class. But that's what I'm saying, Duncan. You are imagining the story that you want to tell with this. You need to imagine that other people are going to want to tell their own stories with this. And if this is about nature and primal classes, why can't a monk be nature-y? Why can't a ranger be nature-y? Why can't a fighter be nature-y? Or a rogue? Do you know what I mean? Like, don't pigeonhole this into a fiction that only you want to tell, because the point of your D&D, the point of all D&D homebrew is not to give people a story to read. It doesn't, the ranger is not the, think of everything else I said. You forgot about the rogue, okay? It doesn't matter. The point of making anything in D&D is to make something that people can tell their own story with. So, in some circumstances, like this, if you're putting a limitation on that really has nothing to do with anything other than your own assumptions about what classes might be tied to this from a flavor perspective, you're not making the item better for anyone other than yourself, and you're not really making it better for yourself. You're just making it exactly what you think it should be and not letting it be anything else. So if I were you, I would get rid of all of this, or if you want to make it really flavory, say, requires attunement by a creature that is respectful towards nature, that is a protector of nature. You know, you could literally make it a flavor requirement and not tie it to a class. That could also work. So there are items that, like, they can only be assigned to, like, good aligned creatures, that kind of shit. So you could do that if you want to, but this right now isn't doing anything. All it is taking away the ability for someone else to tell their own story. Let's see what it does. This hand axe is carved unnaturally dense and durable resin. Put a period here and let this be its own sentence. It is charged with fey magic. Make these sentences shorter. This Feywild axe. This doesn't need to be and is charged with fey magic. Make these all together. This hand axe is carved from a unnaturally dense and magically enchanted resin. Period. Deals an extra 1d4 poison damage to targets. So you wouldn't say to targets, you would say on a hit. And with the blade, you can cast Fairy Fire once per long rest. So, Duncan, I know that you are part of the youth. I know this about you. So, I'm gonna be kind, but I'm gonna be blunt. You have written what this magic item does as if you are describing it to your friend. And while that will work for getting the concept across to a person, when you are writing D&D Homebrew, you can't just write the sentence you think in your head. You actually need to use the keywords and the language of D&D for people to want to use it, and for people to understand accurately how it is intended to be used. So, what do I mean by that? 1d4 damage to targets is not this is not D&D language. You would say, this hand axe deals an additional 1d4 damage on a hit, period. Or you would say, once per turn, this hand axe deals an extra 1d4 damage per hit. If it deals 1d4 damage on every attack, that's pretty strong. We're going to look at what else it gets. It dealing 1d4 on every attack is fine. because it's a rare item, so it's not the end of the world. But that's another way you can think about balancing it is it dealing this extra damage once per turn or every attack? Because if it's every attack, now it's like it's doing a lot more. Anyway, then that's its own sentence, okay? You put a period at the end of this, you know? It's right above the space bar to the right, near the comma. And then you use a capital here, and then you say, in addition, or you say, while wielding the axe, you can use an action, or a magical action, if you're making this for the 2024 rules, to cast the spell Fairy Fire. And there's one more thing you need in here. You know what it is? How does Fairy Fire work? Fairy Fire is a spell where you cast it in a big area, poof, all this crystalline dust, and all these creatures inside have to make a dexterity saving throw, or be covered in dust. And that dexterity saving throw is based on the spell save DC of the caster. So if I'm a cleric and I cast Fairy Fire, my spell save DC is 14, you're going to make a 14 on your roll, or you're covered in Fairy Fire dust. If a barbarian is wielding this item, what number do they need to roll on their saving throw against the spell Fairy Fire? Barbarians don't have a spell save DC. So how do we know what number this is? So, the way you solve that problem is very easy. Either you make the item only usable by creatures that have spellcasting, and you explicitly say that it uses your spell save DC, or after you say the spell, so after Fairy Fire is here, you literally put in parentheses, spell save DC 14, spell save DC 10, whatever you want the number to be, and you don't make, and you just make the item itself have its own spell save DC. And that is how most magic items in D&D work. Almost every magic item that casts spells that either have an attack roll or require a saving throw will tell you what that saving throw or that attack roll is in the item. And that is how that's how you can, like, avoid, that's basically a way to keep magic items sort of balanced across players. It allows the non-spellcasters to use the items that cast spells, and it also means that if you are a spellcaster, the item isn't inherently just much stronger. And yeah, this should be its own sentence. You shouldn't have two radically different features in a single sentence. And you don't want to say once per long rest. I would say, I mean, okay, if it's for your home game, you can say once per long rest, that's fine. Most magic items in D&D recharge at a specific time of day. So they recharge at dawn, at dusk, or they recharge under a specific situation. Let's see what's happening with Encase Armor. On a critical hit once per day, switch this. Once per day, when you land a critical hit, period, or comma, you can encase the target in amber, giving them 3d4 temporary hit points. What? Why would you do that? While the target has these hit points, they are restrained. Don't do that. Okay. I think you have to ask yourself, okay, what? Don't do that. That's silly. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Why don't we want to do this? We don't want to do this for mainly one reason. Why are we giving them temporary hit points and then restraining them? So we're making them easier to hit for the players, and then we are also making the hits the players get be less impactful. But it only happens on a critical hit, meaning this only happens when you hit a creature and get a natural 20 on the attack roll. So it's not a benefit. In order for you to activate this benefit, you have to hit your friends until you roll a natural 20. The idea is 100% that they are covered in amber and unable to move. But we have to remember, what's the fucking point? Like, what is it doing? The flavor is good, but we want to make sure the mechanics actually do something interesting. So let's play this out in combat. Here's what happens. I land a critical hit on the creature, okay? I do double damage, take half their hit points that way. I roll 3d4. Let's say I roll a 9. They now have 9 hit points, and they are restrained. Restrained is not bad. That's not bad. But I can choose to now stop attacking them so they can stay restrained, or I keep attacking them and then they lose the restrain almost immediately anyway. And I just gave them a meat shield. So I don't know. I think in general, if you want to do abilities that hit on a crit, I think they should just be straight up good. And I don't think that you should be too complicated. Like, I don't think we need to do this back and forth of they get something, but then they get a bad thing. Because it is so rare that this happens. Like, in order for this to be a good ability, you really need to decide when you're using it. This is not going to be useful a lot of the time that it's used, and it's not going to be relevant a lot of the time that it's used because we don't decide when we use it. So if you want to make a feature that is very random, the player doesn't have any decision in when it happens, it just happens sometimes, you kind of want the thing it does to be, like, broadly useful. Because you want it to be useful every time it happens, because it's not happening that much. See what I mean here? Like, this is an interesting mechanic if you put it in something more activation-based, or that's, like, you know, something a player can use when they want to use, because it's very situational. But this ain't happen that often. Like, what I would do if I were you is on a crit, when you hit a creature with this weapon, they have to make some saving throw. On a failure, they are covered in amber, and they are restrained. And then they have to repeat that saving throw to break the restrain, or something like that. But just keep it simple. Just, like, lock them down. You can just do, basically, the restrained part. I don't think you need this extra part. I think you're overcomplicating it. It is a really fun idea mechanically. Like, I love features that are, like, creature gets temporary hit points. While they have those temporary hit points, they have some other thing. That's a really fun, cool thing. I'm into that, but I just don't think it fits here. And I really don't think it fits on activating on a crit as, like, a positive, negative debuff thing. You know what I mean? But the flavor is interesting. But yeah, those be my thoughts. Chat, is this a rare item? Once per day casting of Fairy Fire. 1d4 extra damage on all attacks. On crits, you do a restrain. Yeah, that's a rare item. I think that's rare. I don't think that's very rare. I don't think it's uncommon. I think rare is accurate. Especially if you sort of boil this down into... And especially when you reorganize it so we can look at it a little bit more smoothly. I'm going to assume the temporary hit points would happen after the damage happens. That would be my guess. I don't think the temporary hit points would happen first. But that's also just me using, like, logic brain. I don't know if it's, like, accurate for D&D mechanics brain. Because sometimes D&D mechanics do not follow logic. Duncan, I think it's a fun idea. Keep working on it. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Duncan a round of applause. Thank you very much. Cool. Listen, not to blow up your spot, Duncan, but I do pay attention when new people pop into the Discord and start getting excited about D&D stuff because it's fun when folks are in there and dancing around. This is a very good homebrew magic item for someone that is learning how to write homebrew. Like, this needs a lot of work. Don't get me wrong. There's some changes that it needs. There's some growth points. There's some pain points. There's some ways you can start to express yourself a little bit differently, whatever. But, like, I want to write from the perspective of I am a person that wants to start really growing as a homebrew writer, and I want to really improve as a writer and as a designer, you are in a very good starting place. Because this isn't broken, and this isn't stupid, and it isn't confusing. The only things that are confusing in it have to do with, I think, circumstances that you're still getting familiar with, and also the way it is organized on the page. And the way it's organized on the page is one of the more annoying things to fix, but is also one of the easiest. It's just getting good at formatting homebrew. That's annoying because it's not fun. It's not creative. It's not like, oh, I'm making monsters that do stuff. It's like, oh, I'm figuring out what I should bold, what I should italics and stuff. Like, so for example, you don't have to do this, but anytime you have a feature, Kikumata, thank you for the prime. Thank you for being an amigo. Anytime you put a spell that you intend to function as the spell in your homebrew, I would suggest you italics it. Because what that's going to do for the person reading it is it's going to let their brain know that you just look up the spell. And it lets them skim. And with certain items and certain features where there's like maybe a lot more going on, it's a thing that helps break it up and helps them skim for the mechanics they're looking for. You know what I mean? Like, even if you didn't make this a new sentence, even if you didn't make this a new sentence, you just italics to this verifier, that would still be a lot more clear. So like that's the kind of stuff that's going to take a little while to learn, but it's also boring and very easy once you do learn it. And then I think the more complicated stuff, which is honestly more interesting to me, is what sort of features do I need? What sort of mechanics do I need to build to create the flavor I want? And how much do I want to be accurate to the flavor versus how much do I want to be accurate to what I want this thing to feel like when I'm using it? And where do I put features? That's where it starts to get more fun. Like, at least for me. But anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Champion, go team. Feed your pets. Everybody loves to dance. All right, guys. We're going to get serious here for a minute. We're going to get very... What happens if I type serious in here? What does it give me? This is boring. Wait, where's the serious music I wanted? Here we go. Nope. All right, whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Pick something shit. Let's do this. Okay, easy. '90s after school special. All right. I was gonna try to find like a really serious track, but everything I found was stupid. Oh, what if I put dramatic? Maybe that'll be better. Or just drama. Okay. All right, guys. Here we go. Let's get serious. No lyrics. No lyrics. Stop it. This is a good. I like this song a lot, actually. Who's ready for another race? A human race. You're all human, right? Before we move on to the next one, I will skim chat if anyone wants to just ask a question about something that's going on in their D&D homebrew lives. Because I'm here for you. I'm here for you. My forehead is. Brain is overthinking this damn ring I'm working on at the moment. Stuck on the little details too. Did you... Max... Simplify, dude. Okay, so I have two thoughts for you, Max. If you are overthinking the ring, I think what you do is you close the document and you don't look at it or think about it for like 3 days. And then you go back. That can be a very useful tool. Whenever I'm making homebrew that I know I'm gonna use, like homebrew that is like subclasses I'm gonna let my players use, magic items I know I'm gonna use. Like something that I'm confident is going to see play. Because I don't really sell homebrew that much anymore. You can find some subclasses I made on my Ko-Fi that I made. But for the most part, I don't make homebrew for... I'm not like selling homebrew anymore. If I make homebrew, I usually just put it out there. But if I was to sell homebrew, I would do this also. But when I make homebrew for my home games that I know is going to see play, I will make sure I give myself at least like 3 days to a week. What's up, Alfredo? Yeah, no, it's been a long time. I'll give myself like between 3 days to a week, with it just not looking at it, so that when I look at it to edit it, I have fresh eyes. You know what I mean? Don't write an entire class on mobile, dude. Don't just just don't do that. That's a crazy thing to do. All right, give me 2 seconds. I need to get another seltzer. I'll be right back. And then we'll keep going. BRB. Here, listen to beautiful music. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Why is the music getting so loud? Oh, I made it louder. What's the simple, what do you want the ring to do and what's the simplest way to get there? They want the ring to, like, absorb souls of creatures that charge the ring to do things. I think the easiest thing to do would be pick a cantrip, pick a first level spell and a second level spell, and make the charges cast those. How about this? When the ring has any amount of charges in it, you get a necromancy cantrip just for free. And it doesn't expend a charge. The ring just needs a charge for you to be able to do that. Then, if the ring has one charge, you can expend that charge to cast the first level spell on the list. If the ring has two charges, you can expend both of them to cast the second level spell on the list. Or you can cast the first level spell twice, whatever. But once it loses all its charges, it also loses the cantrip. And then, I think maybe you give it like a once-a-day thing where you can kill creature to get charges back. But you got to limit the ability to get charges back. That's where it gets tricky. I have a cantrip and then 2 low-level spells. 1, 2, and 5 soul charges without expending spells. So we're not going to have the numbers game in chat. That's really going to be... Like, that's the fine-tooth comb bullshit. I think the harder thing for you to figure out is how do you build a system where how do you limit the system of getting souls? That's the tricky part. And then picking the right spells so that it, like, feels evocative in the way you want it to feel evocative. Hello, what's up, Cardor? Also, yeah, Alfredo, it's been a minute. I've been ill lately. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. My videos cheer you up? Let's go. Very nice. I mean, you could make it a ring where it can't infinitely get charges. Like, it can only get, like, up to, like, it can only be used to recover charges a certain amount of times per day. That could also be a way to do it. All right, should we do another race? Anyone else have thoughts on anyone else need me for anything here down here? Little chatty land. What do you want Cinder's opinion on? I'm Cinder. That's me! Your boss monster? Dude, today is a monster day. We're looking at monsters. Do you have recommendations for what to focus on as a new homebrewer? Monsters, items, or subclasses? It depends on how much work you want to do and what's the most fun. I think the easiest thing to make is magic items. I think subclasses are also pretty... They're not easy, but there's a lot of structure. If you're looking to build if you want to build a magic item, there's not a lot of rules you need to worry about. Like organizing it. The rules you need to worry about are making it OP versus not OP and making it clear and fun. That's it. When you're making a monster, there are a lot more boring systems you need to use and you need to learn. Like calculating monster hit points and monster stats and hit die and attack rolls. Like build literally like the gunk that is all the numbers in the monster stat block is not fun to learn how to do, but it's not hard, but it's not fun either. I've talked about it a lot on this channel. I'm sure we'll talk about it more. But there's all these like little systems that are very rarely explicitly explained, but they are followed with monster stat blocks, and you need to learn how to do those. Subclasses are, on one hand, very open-ended, but they also there's a lot of mapping you can use, because when you're making a subclass, let's say you're making a subclass for a ranger, if you want to call in, you can call in if you win the race, but we are racing to see what homebrew we look at. So you just got to participate in the next race, which we're going to do in a second, and it's very easy to do that. You just type in chat and you're there. So basically, Mongo, the way that most of my streams go is that we play marbles or some randomization game that everyone that wants to send in homebrew can participate in, and then the winner is the homebrew we look at. That is how we do the more sort of like standard homebrew reviews, because everybody has homebrew. Inevitably, everyone that's here is wanting me to look at their homebrew. And there's not really a fair way for me to pick who goes first. So I just use random game things, and we play marbles because it's fun and a little bit more epic. I took the wheel away for 3 main reasons. The first reason is that it gets a little bit monotonous and boring. The second reason is it requires me to do all of the back-end work, the technical work. And it's just a lot to, like, navigate you submit something to a Google Doc, and then I put it on the wheel. It's like there's a whole system of things that I have to do there, and that's annoying. And then the third reason is, by making it a marbles game, it means that if you are here when we play, that is how you join. So it basically prioritizes people that are willing to be here, and it's like an encouragement for you to be here. It's like you can't submit Homebrew and then leave. You can't like submit Homebrew and then leave and hope it gets looked at. You can't do that right now. Everyone whose Homebrew is getting looked at is watching when it's getting looked at. So it just keeps the loop a little tighter. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. A lot of... Okay. The real reason for doing it, those are all the logical reasons. The real reason for doing that is I was struggling with making it sustainable for me to do the wheel. It was no longer fun for me because it's not as fun. Like, if I need to either be able to just be mean, which isn't, I don't think, fun for the person who I'm reviewing, but I need to I either need to be able to just be mean, or I want the person whose homebrew I'm reviewing to be present. You know what I mean? And I'd rather not just be mean. Like, it wasn't, I didn't like that we would have 200 pieces of homebrew on the wheel by the end of stream, and we'd have 20 people in the stream. I didn't like that feeling. So it's mostly for my own mental stuff. Yeah, I'm live, Brody. What's up, buddy? We're doing D&D homebrew talk. People are asking questions about their D&D homebrew they're working on, and we are doing marbles races to determine whose D&D homebrew we look at. Ooh. That being said, Mongo, if you win the race, you can call in. That's fine, too. I'm okay with that. Most of the pieces that we're looking at are kind of short, and I don't need to have a conversation with you and kind of just tell you what I think. But if people want to call in, I'm always okay with it. I will just hang up on you, though, if I feel like you're dragging. I don't think you are going to be dragging, but, you know. I just don't want, like, when people are upset when I hang up on them. Okay, enough gobbledygook. Enough gobbledygook. So this is marbles. For anyone that hasn't played before, this is how it works. Brody, if you want to join us, you got to hop over to Twitch for a minute. But no pressure. Here's how the game works. First, we pick a racetrack. This one looks weird. We're doing it. Now, what we do, yours is a 2.5 page in high CR. So we will almost, Mongo, first of all, you're great and I love you. I will not read the whole thing right now, probably. But I would be down to talk about it and to look at a couple features. I have a pretty important piece of feedback, I think, for you regardless, though. Which is, if your monster stat block is that complicated, it is very easy for you to forget some of the features, and it's very annoying to run, even if you wrote it. You don't want your monster stat block to be so big. My guess, Mongo, is that you probably could trim some features. Normally, if somebody has a really complicated monster that's doing like 16 different things, 9 times out of 10, some of those things you could just cut and it doesn't matter, and some of those things you can push together. Okay, so if you would like to have your homebrew reviewed, if you would like to call in and ask a question, if you would like to just ask a question in chat and require me to spend some actual time answering it, whether it's a campaign question or how do I make Spider-Man in D&D, I want to play Spider-Man next campaign. What class do I go? Whatever you want, you have to hop over to Twitch for a second, and then you have to type !play in the chat. We've already got a couple people doing it, but if you would like to either call in, or if you have a monster or a magic item that you want to discuss, or you want me to read and give feedback on, get on over to Twitch. Type !play in the chat. We're going to give everybody a little bit of time to do this, and for everybody that's old but new to this, looking at you, Alfredo, and you too, Milky, this is the way we're doing it in the future. The other thing that this does is, yes, it does mean we look at less homebrew. 100%. But I think it means that we have more conversation about homebrew and less me just reading it, which I like. And also, genuinely, it gives me a little break between the homebrew so my brain can just have fun watching you guys race. And I think it helps too. Yeah, so someone can win multiple times per stream, Alfredo. I think we've only had one case where someone asked for multiple reviews. Usually when somebody wins a second time, they are just like, pick someone else, or they want to ask a question instead of show homebrew. But in theory, if you have like 3 pieces of homebrew, you could win 3 times and we could look at 3. It's a little bit of an honor system in that regard. And, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to. To be fair, though, it's also like a trial by fire. Like, if you win 3 times, I am going to be much more critical of the 3rd piece of homebrew I look at yours than the 1st. That's just me, because I'm going to know you better as a writer, and I'm going to feel more comfortable tearing you up. So, that's not like a threat or a challenge either. It's just like the reality of it. Like, if I have read 3 pieces of your homebrew, I know you're writing better. You type !play in chat. !play in chat. True! What's up, True Blue? How you doing? Yeah. Gio, you've succumbed to that at this point because it's the double-edged sword of me getting to know your writing is I start to see your potential and I start to not give you excuses when I know how far you can go. Like, if once I know how good of a writer you can be, I have very little patience for when you don't write as well as you can. And that's not lovely. Just no number afterwards. No number afterwards. Just !play. No number. I don't know why you put a number afterwards. No number afterwards. And I try not to be mean with it, but there definitely have been times where I was like, not with you specifically, but there have been times with some people where I know that I'm like getting too aggressive because I'm just like, you have written so many good fucking sentences. What is this sentence? And sometimes it's like, dude, the sentence isn't, I'm still rough draft, dude. Fucking chill. Chill, you fuck. So we try to make it a balance. All right, Squirrel King is in. Cardor, did you get in? Did you get in? You still haven't actually typed !play yet properly, I don't think. I'm going to give you a chance to get in this race. Everybody says that I can be mean with their homebrew. It never works out. I always feel bad afterwards. They always feel bad afterwards. It's not a nice feeling. I don't think you want me to be mean with your homebrew. I think that you hope I will be critical of some parts and excited by others, and that at the end of it, I have something positive to reflect on about you. And I think that's an unhealthy attitude to go into this with, because you are awesome, okay? You don't need me to tell you you're awesome. You don't need me to acknowledge your writing. I'm not here to validate you. You are valid. You know what I mean? Like, think about, okay, wait, oops. Think about it like this. We'll do the race in 2 seconds. Think about it like this, though. Writing homebrew is fun, but writing homebrew well is work. It is. It is writing, it is work. When you make homebrew, when you decide to make homebrew, you are deciding to do work to make toys for other people to play with. You are creating something that someone else can use in a story, in their game. It is like such a cool thing to do. Clip it. Somebody clip what I just said. But it is such a cool thing to do. It is such a valuable thing to do. So it doesn't matter if I think your homebrew is jank and busted. It might very well be. The fact that you are taking the time to make it is all that you really need to validate yourself as a person in the world. That being said, if your homebrew is jank, I am going to tear it up because I want you to be a person in the world that is also growing as a writer. Okay? Rant over. Music also changed. Okay, music. We need serious, intense music. That's not intense. That's not intense. That's not intense. Oh, God. Wait, where's my hero music? Okay. Here we go. Who's ready to race? I gave you a lot of time. I hope you're good. We're going. Here we go.
Yes, I agree.
Cardor, thank you. That's very kind. Thank you for the 2. Also, fun fact, guys. If you donate money, definitely does voice chat. I forgot I set that up. Oh, here we're off. Milky Boy is in the lead. Oh, Milky Boy is taking an early lead. How's it going to go? Up. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The race is on. All right, Milky. Milky and Maxine. Oh, they're splitting. Oh, shit's going to go. Who took the right path? Which path is the right path? Which path is the smart path? Which path is the bad path? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness. Oh my god. Okay, this is the death race. You see this? You see that? That's where death happens. We'll see who survives. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh no, now you're all in the pit. Y'all get flushed. Geo is in the front. Let's go. Squirrel King though coming in second. New to the stream, Squirrel King. I love squirrels and it's honestly very excited to meet with their king. That's pretty. Squirrel King made it. Geo got knocked. Oh, Geo's out of the race. Squirrel King might take this. Squirrel King. What are you? You're just flying in space, Squirrel King. Baba's on the way though. Oh my god, Squirrel King got launched. Still on the race, though. All right, Baba, where you landed? Where you landed, buddy? Oh, Baba's out. Baba's gone. Oh, no, Baba's not gone. Squirrel. Oh, Squirrel's stuck. No, this is the wrong song. Okay, there we go. Oh, Baba's in the lead. Baba took the lead from Squirrel. Oh, Edmar, Super Rider. It's anybody's game now, friends. Super Rider. Coming in. Oh, and it's Super Rider. Dang. Dango. You do not need to do anything. It is very random. The intention is that no one can win by cheating or paying money. Super Rider Andy. Folks, don't be sad if you didn't get picked. Be proud that you have another chance to race. Anyway, Super Rider, you got some homebrew for us to look at, buddy. Anyway, for folks that are new, that's the way we do it now. Or at least for the time being until I decide something else random I want to do. Okay, let's see. Did you send us something, our dear Super? Super. Is it in the right place in the Discord? I don't see it in the channel it's supposed to be in. Oh, you're Hyrule. You're Hyrule. I'm so sorry. Okay, listen. I'm gonna try so hard to remember. We've literally had this conversation before. I'm gonna try to remember that in the future. If I forget again, I'm sorry. I like to remember who people are in terms of like their names once we have that conversation. But wait, let's go back to that kind of gentle music we were listening to. Where was that? I liked that. What was that? Is that this? No, where was that? No. Fuck you. Okay. Do that. Okay, perfect. Ooh, yes. Perfect. All right, let's take a look at this. Here it is in chat if you want to give her a gander. You like this little reset button? Yeah, I mean, from the audience perspective, I think the value is subbed now. Oh, that's very sweet. I think from an audience perspective, the value is that there's not going to be 100 people in every race because whoever is here is here. So each race, if anyone that signed up all night was here, each race would have 200 marbles. So it would be really unlikely that you got looked at. So it's more likely if you're here. The downside is it takes longer, right? Spinning the wheel takes 3 seconds. A race is like a 3-minute moment. So I don't care, though. It's fun. Okay, here we go. This is called a demonic cup of noodles. Oh, my God. Yes. Hyrule, a.k.a. Super Writer. Some of my favorite homebrew in the world is homebrew that is silly, well executed. I love the idea of a demonic cup of noodles. Let's see how you executed it. So, first of all, it probably shouldn't be... Okay, here's a really good example of annoying in the weeds monster stuff. This should probably be tiny, not small, right? Small is like the size of like a goblin. I'm assuming this is the size of a cup of noodles. Now, if that's the case, you would make this tiny, not small. Now, here's where we get into the annoying stuff. You have given it the stats of a tiny creature. Tiny creatures use D4 for their hit die. So the way that it works is if your creature's hit die is determined by their size. And in the same way that player character hit die is determined by their class. So tiny creatures use D4s, small D6, medium D8, and so on. All the way up to D20 for whatever the biggest creatures are. So, like, that's the kind of thing that you need to do when you're building your monsters. So, like, either call this tiny or change this to D6s. Annoying. Annoying to learn, annoying to have to do. Honestly, not even something you do have to do. You could just say this thing has 25 hit points and not do this math if you didn't want to. People would still be able to use it. But it kind of makes it look more weird and wonky when people are expecting it to look that way. And their other element is by doing this math system here and not just giving this, it also allows Dungeon Masters the rules and mechanics for if they wanted to roll those stats. Speaking of stats, where does this +5 come from? When you are writing the stat block of a monster, the hit points are calculated the same way that they are for a player. So how are a player's hit dice calculated? They get 1 hit die per level, and then each level they get a bonus equal to their Constitution modifier. So, in order for this to have a +5 here, what you would need is you would be using 5 D4s, and this con would be a +1, because it would be +1 per hit die. So that's a way that you can mess around with having monsters have more or less life also. So, like, if you want to give your monster a shit ton of life, give it like a +4 to its con, and give it a lot of hit die. Because each one of those hit die is going to be an extra +4 to that base. So there's all sorts of weird little finagling you can do to, like, mess around with how many hit points a monster has there. But regardless of what you do, you still got to follow those mechanics. And that's also true for, like, literally everything else. Like, this thing gets a +2 in Deception. Why? Because it has +2 to its proficiency bonus. And we are assuming that it is proficient in Deception. +0 plus +2 equals +2. That's why its dex save is +4, because we're essentially giving it proficiency in dex saving throws. +2, 2 + 2 equals +4. So you got to do that math with whatever monster you're doing. This should not be listed under senses. This should be listed under skills. And you have, I think that's just a typo, because they have senses twice. Okay, let us giving a CR 1/2 monster 2 saving throws is a very big choice. Low CR monsters very rarely have much saving throws going on, let alone 2. If there isn't like a mechanical thing you're trying to uplift here, I would question this. If there is, it's not unheard of, but it is a choice to make. Let's see what actions this bad boy can take. Here, I gotta lower the size a little bit. He's got 2 potential actions. It's got Demonic Noodle Lash, great name. and Hot and Spicy Splash. Also, great name. Really fun names. Okay, Noodle Lash. Melee attack roll +3 to hit. So again, where's the math for this +3? Where does this +3 come from? So this should be +4 or +2. If it's based off of its strength, it's +2. If it's based off of its dex, it's going to be the same as a character. If you have a character that's using dex, their attack roll is their dex modifier plus their proficiency bonus. So this should be +4. I'm assuming that this D4 plus... I'm assuming it's dex because it's getting this +2 damage. And again, it's the same as monsters as it is with player characters. The damage is based off the ability score that is being used for the attack. Yeah, a lot of people don't know monsters have hit die based on their size. So, when you build this attack, and it's dex-based, this is +4. Having it do a little bit of slashing and a little bit of fire damage is fine and fun. Also, if you want it if you're worried that it's too much damage, it's CR 1/2. It's fine. It's not a it's fine. CR 1/2. Yeah, the bonuses in the attacks are basically shorthand for the DM running. Yeah, exactly. It is a shorthand version of the way a player character does it. And then they have this Recharge 6 feature. Hot and Spicy Splash. Dex saving throw, DC 12. Each creature in a 5-foot wide, 10-foot long line. 3d6 fire damage, and the target is burned until the beginning of the demonic Cup of Noodles next turn. On a success, half damage and not burned. Is burned a condition in 2024 rules? This is written as if burned is now a condition. I have not played 2024. I am currently trying to put a campaign together. It is? Okay. So, I am going to make a suggestion then. In the same way that with when you're pulling a spell, put this in italics or bold or something so that it is like a indicator to the reader that it's using a keyword that is a keyword stasis stat, like a keyword effect. You know what I mean? I bet italics is the move here, but italics or bold or something. Italics is going to look better on the page. So do that. Yeah, if you can look it up, italics it so we know it's a keyword or make it glow or whatever. Okay, I have a couple thoughts. Let me ask you a question, chat. And I think this is maybe a piece of feedback that I want all of you that are making homebrew and aspiring to make homebrew to think about, because this is the difference between you being someone that is on the frontier, that is showing people the possibilities, versus you being someone that is making stuff that people could use. This is something that people could use. Super, you are at a advantage because you are putting together, like, this shows me that you understand the basics of putting together a stat block. You are good at getting the language right for the new mechanics. Everything on the page is super clear. Yeah, there's some finicky stuff with the numbers, but that's an easy thing to learn. So this, you could use this right now and be fine. But, so you have passed through the threshold of usability. I've known this before, but we can say it again. But now you have come to a precipice, dear friend. And it is time for you to decide, in much the same way that Zuko had to decide, who do you want to be? Okay? What do you want? Because if I change the name of this thing to Imp or Little Demon, and I change the picture to a picture of a little demon, and I use the stat block literally exactly as it is, except I changed the names, I think it works perfectly. And to me, that means we don't have enough in the mechanics that are tied to this thing being a cup of noodles. You did something fucking crazy. You made this thing a beautiful silly idea that this is a cup of noodles that is demonic. We need some demonic cup of noodles features. We need at least one feature that wouldn't make sense if this was just a demon. So I see a lot of people in the chat suggesting false appearance. I think that that could work really well. And the way that you would do that is you just copy paste false appearance from like a mimic or rug of smothering or whatever. And you just replace it with cup of noodles. And maybe even have the language that like it looks like it's hot and steaming, you know? Like it's always ready to be eaten. But I want to encourage you to push this further. Here's what I think. I think you either get rid of hot and spicy or keep hot and spicy but add another feature. And depending on how powerful you want that other feature to be is going to be whether or not you determine whether or not you're keeping hot and spicy. Hot and spicy is AoE damage, it's fine, but it's a nothing burger. It's just fire damage in an area. Okay? And burning a creature is cool, but it's whatever. What is one of the most unique ways a player could interact with this demon that would not make any logical sense for any other demon, but would make a lot of logical sense for this demon? Nom nom nom. Here's what I would do if I were you. I would give this thing false appearance so it just looks and smells and tastes like delicious cup of noodles. But I would make it that if a creature attempted to eat it, something bad would happen to that creature. Still give it attacks and shit. But what about this? What if it's like a parasite? What if it's like when a creature attempts to eat it, that creature has to make a saving throw? On a failure, it possesses that creature, okay? And while the creature is possessed by it, they are constantly holding the cup of noodles and eating it. Sort of forever. It never sort of seems to run out. But they can also just be controlled. So it can, like, make attacks or run around. But the only sort of indicator that the guy's being possessed, and what makes it a much weaker possession than, like, a ghost's possession, is that literally you see them holding the cup of noodles and trying to eat it. Something like that. Like, that could be really fun. If you don't want it to be a possession thing, they could have some negative effect. It could be more powerful against... it could be like an ambush predator, where once they try to eat it, it can do some special, like, engulfing attack and try to pull them into it. But, like... Dude. Super. Come on. Don't show me the coolest trailer for a movie and not give me that cool movie. Give me that cool movie. Give me this cup of noodles demon. I don't even... More spice is not... Yeah, more spice. However, depending on how you interpret the word spice. I don't think the thing needs to be more powerful. I think you need to lean into the idea that you offered us. You pitched me on a demon cup of noodles. I would like this thing to have features that make it a demon cup of noodles. You know what I mean? What if when somebody tries to eat from it, it deals a little bit of damage to them, and they can only speak in Abyssal for a certain period of time? That could also be kind of fun. Or they could, yeah, you could make it so it fucks with spellcasting too. Keep in mind we want it to be kind of little, right? It's CR 1/2. So we're not trying to edit this into being a powerful monster. I just want to make it a little bit more flavorful. No pun intended. College students are either vulnerable or resistant to it. That's very good. Super. I love this idea, but you understand what I'm saying? I hope I gave you some ideas to think about. Cause brother, it's a fun idea, man. Like genuinely, these are the kinds of things that I like seeing the most, is when you take a bizarre concept but try to make it actually work in D&D and not be stupid. And you did that. This isn't stupid. This just works, right? But we're past that for you, buddy. Some people are in Homebrew 101, okay? You're done Homebrew 101. You're on to 201. Now it's time for you to start getting fucking weird, okay? The best homebrew is the homebrew that makes the game more fun or makes the game more memorable. Whether that is fun through cool powers the players get, or interesting combat encounters. And memorable, a lot of the time, comes down to how you run an encounter. But sometimes it comes down to the uniqueness of the monster. And as homebrewers, we can build our monsters in a way that encourages the dungeon master to use them in a unique way. Like, when I read this right now, there is no implied way I should use this monster. As soon as we give it false appearance, even if that's the only thing we give it, I, as the dungeon master, understand your intention with it and can use it more effectively. You see what I mean? So, sometimes you want, and with things like subclasses, and sometimes with like magic, anything that's player facing, sometimes you don't want it to be too pigeonholed into one thing because you want them to be able to experiment with it and turn it into their own story. But with monsters, you don't really need to do that because monsters are there to do a job, right? They're there to create a very specific challenge, to evoke a very specific feeling, to create a very specific type of encounter. So they can be shockingly specific if you want them to be. It really just depends on what your goal is for them and how much you want to use them in the campaign, etc. Anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying I really like this idea. Make this thing do something weird when people try to eat it, because then it's a monster that I want to use in my campaign. Right now, it's a monster that I could use in my campaign if I needed an evil, demonic, like, restaurant, you know? Anyway, solid concept, bro. Really solid. Let's give Super a round of applause. That's a fun one. Very fun. Very solid concept. And you are now in the worst and the best position, Super, depending on what direction you go. Because you have two things you need to work on. And one of them is the most fun part of Homebrew, and one of them is the least most fun part of Homebrew. The one that is the most fun part of Homebrew is once you get past the basic ability to write Homebrew that is balanced and readable, and you know the basics, then you start to be able to sort of push the envelope and do weird stuff. If you know how to do the basic stuff, you have the tools to do the weird stuff. And that's the most fun place to be. The other thing that you have to do is all the fucking obnoxious things of, like, getting the numbers right, which is literally just doing that. And that's not fun, and it's not creative, and it sucks, and it's annoying. And it's doing the math of how many hit die multiplied by this, times this, fucking the worst. TetraCube is a good website, by the way, if you don't want to have to do that work 100%. You want people to do it for you a little bit. TetraCube. So this is a website that is used to create D&D monsters. And you can use a blank stat block. You can build one from scratch. Or what I often do, especially if I'm making a monster for my home game and I don't really care, is you can go like, okay, I'm going to use the preset of the dire wolf, and then I'm going to change stuff. So if like, okay, I have a dire wolf, but I want them to be, like, really smart. I make its intelligence 17. And let's say I also want it to be, like, let's say I wanted to have, like, an expertise in Arcana. I do that. And then I'm like, okay, I also want it to, like, I want its attack to do different types of damage. I go into this, and then I go into this, and I'm like, okay, it does piercing damage. I'm going to make this force damage. Okay? And then I just do that. And then you basically have this. I didn't do it perfectly, but you can, like, change stuff like that, and it, like, does all the math. It changed. It did the expertise for the Arcana. It does all the math for you. Super useful. Really easy. TetraCube. Super good website. Also, if you're the type of person that has a lot of disposable income, it's all for free, and they have a Patreon, I think. So toss them some coin if you want. Yeah, TetraCube is great. I use TetraCube whenever I'm making a homebrew that I am not planning on doing anything publishing with. I use it just because it's easy and fast. If ever I'm making a homebrew that is more like I'm going to be publishing or I'm making it for a product, I like to do it sort of I like to force myself to do the math because it forces me to really think about every choice I'm making a little bit more. And that usually leads to it being better. Doesn't always lead to it being better, but it usually leads to it being bitter. All right, let us do another race, yeah? Let me see. Did anyone ask any questions in the chat that I didn't answer? Really fun piece, though, Super. Like, really good idea. Really silly. Really solid. Very, very fun. I don't see anything that anybody asked in the chat. Now is your brief moment where you can be like, hey, Cinder, actually, I do have one very specific question that I want you to answer. And I've been waiting until this moment to ask. Now that you're here, I can do it. Please don't end. Please don't play the next game. Please let me. I just need help. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I don't know how to build this banquet, you know? Or whatever. All right. Okay. What's your favorite monster type and why? Based on the monsters that are already existing in the D&D game and not based on like what I think I can do with them, probably aberrations are my favorite because there's just a bunch of really interesting and fun game mechanics that are built into the aberrations. Yeah, I like aberrations. Monstrosities is probably also a good pick. That's just like 80% of monsters. There's not enough Fey monsters. There's not enough plant monsters. There's not enough construct monsters. Those are the ones that are lacking severely. What's the minimum? All right, a bunch of questions. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put music back on then for a second, but then we'll do another spin of the wheel in a second. Don't get sad. Don't get sad. Let's see. If you are running a BBEG vampire, how would you run it to not run into the weirdness that can happen with vampires? I think the question that you should ask yourself is, if you are running a vampire, why don't you want the players to use the weirdness that comes into play with vampires? Because that's what makes them unique. What makes a vampire unique is all of the downsides they have. If I was going to run a vampire in my game, I probably would go out of my way to keep it secret that it was a vampire and make that a reveal, so that it could be sort of an interesting thing, and or make the vampire so... I basically wouldn't use a stat block for it. I would basically turn it into a encounter where I would basically make it like the only things that work to hurt this are things that work against vampires. So instead of it being like, all right, I just cast daylight, it would be like, yeah, no, like it doesn't matter. Like if you don't have daylight or garlic or silver, this thing is just not hurt. So fighting it becomes less of a combat encounter and more of like a teamwork puzzle encounter. Players might not know everything about vampires, but it is likely that they will know most things about vampires. But yeah, I would lean into the vampire-ness. I would not avoid it. Because otherwise, why not run something different? What makes vampires interesting is all the little rules they have. What's the minimum rarity you put on an item that heals its wielder? I think it depends on how often it can be used. If it can be used once a day, I think it could be an uncommon item. If it could be used multiple times per day, depending on how much healing it does, I think probably not an uncommon item. But healing is really strong. Did you say once per turn? Once per turn, but uncapped based on the attack with the item. That would probably be a legendary item. That's infinite healing. Because all healing in D&D is resource-based. Whether it's you're buying health potions or you're expending spell slots. Notice there is not a single cantrip or infinite use ability that heals. Because if, let's say it heals once per turn, that means that after every combat, they could just keep hitting literally anything with it and be healed back to full. Every single combat. I think the way that you deal with that is you don't make it heal, you make it give temporary hit points. Temporary hit points don't stack. They don't last forever. They can't, like, they don't... It's essentially a little shield. And it's a lot more balanced. But I would make that... But I think you gotta limit it. You gotta limit it. If it's temporary hit points, you could limit it in that it could be like, when you deal damage with this sword, you gain, 1d8 temporary hit points, some small amount of temporary hit points, until the start of your next turn. That could be a way that you limit it so they don't last that long. But yeah, you can't just do healing once per turn. That's legendary powerful, And I don't think it's like a fun, good item in the way that it's going to feel like solidly what you want. I think it's going to be probably solidly what you want from the player's perspective if they want to be OP, and from a narrative perspective. But from the other player's perspective, it might be annoying how OP that one player is. And from the Dungeon Master perspective, it's going to be probably tedious how much healing is just how much healing you're just dealing with now all the time. That essentially means that whoever is using that item is full health for every single encounter, which is just not, I don't think is fun. Totally could make it charge based. Any sort of cap on it would make it reasonable. Any sort of cap. I think that if you make it limited, temporary hit points could be a way that it's infinite use, but that's because temporary hit points don't stack, and you'd make them go away pretty quickly, I think. Or you should. If you want to do a cool self-healing item, look up the Crystal Ball from Fizzband's Treasury of Dragons. What does that do? I don't know. We can look it up. Crystal Ball? Does it have a funny name, or is it just Crystal Ball? Let's see. It's not in the Dragon's book. So I think you're talking about a different magic item. Oh, Crystal Blade, not Crystal Ball. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. My mistake. Let's take a look at it. Crystal Blade. Load. Why is it going off the page for you? One second. Okay. Crystal Blade. Has 3 charges, expended daily at dawn. You get them back at dawn. When you hit a creature with it, you can expend a charge and regain a number of hit points equal to the radiant damage, literally double the sword. Yes, literally this is it. So, if you want a sense of... So this is exactly the item that you want to make. It is healing you based on the extra damage it does. It is a rare item, and it can be used 3 times per day. So if you are trying to balance an item that essentially does this but infinite, I think it's just basing it off of this, it's legendary. Because what this is exactly what you want, and it's 3 times a day. 3 times a day for a rare. I think you're gonna make something more interesting if you end up building it around temp HP. Did I miss any questions? Let's see. What's your favorite species? Warforged. I have so many ideas for Warforged characters and very few for anything else. I've played a Warforged more than I've played anything else. I love them. I really like being something that is slightly not human and playing with that. I think that's fun. In my longest home game that I ever played in as a player, I was a Warforged Shadow Sorcerer, and it was so fun. And then in the longest campaign I ever played in ever, which is the my podcast, Unbalanced Encounters, you can go listen to it right now. I played a Warforged. I played a Warforged Barbarian, and I loved it. It was so fun. In my podcast here, I'm going to elevator pitch my podcast if you haven't listened to it. It's called Unbalanced Encounters. I'm very proud of it. Not a lot of people listen to it because it's Unbalanced Encounters. That's not true. We actually have a pretty solid listenership, but it's not a famous podcast. But this is our website. And if you go to if you want to listen to the first arc, it's like 60 episodes. And then there's a bunch of mini arcs, some of which I ran. Oh, look at that. Looks like it's not working. Why aren't you loading? Website down, maybe? All right. Whatever. It's also on like Spotify and stuff. But the vibe of the campaign is very much... So... One second. Okay. The vibe of the episodes are very much like whimsical forest magic meets like oppressive industrialization. Studio Ghibli vibes, heavy Studio Ghibli vibes, but also very silly, like a little bit Gravity Falls. And I play a here, I can show you some of the fan art. I play a giant robot named Guard. That's me. People drew me in different ways, but I play a giant robot named Guard. And the gimmick of the show, this is some of my favorite fan art that people made for it. Look at that. Isn't that fucking cool? The premise of the show when it starts is there's 4 main characters. There's these 2 and these 2. And 2 people are from a small logging village that is basically being forced to log an ancient magical forest by a very oppressive empire. And then so they're 2 people that are from the town that are trying to, like, survive. And then 2 of us play people that are essentially soldiers sent from the Empire to make sure the town does what the Empire says. And to make sure they actually are doing the work. So we have a very contentious relationship when the show starts. Because we're on the same team, but we're not exactly on the same team. You know what I mean? But we build into... Team show. Yeah. He's a ceramic golem. This is another person's interpretation of him. I like this one. He likes animals. Also, this is another. This one. But yeah, it was a very fun show. I think it's like 60 episodes. One of the things I'm the most proud of that I ever did. You can find it on Spotify and anything. The first season, which is the one I'm talking about, is called Rally. And you can listen to it right now. But you don't have to. All right, there's my talking about my podcast that I'm very proud of. But yeah, I love barbarians. I love Warforged Barbarian. It's basically my favorite thing to be in the world. Did I miss any questions that anyone asked? I'm skimming. Frank says, my players have rallied an army and want to attack the BBEG's castle. I want to run this as a siege and I'm struggling to put it together. Do you have any advice? If your players are interested in running a earnest, complicated combat like if they want to engage with large-scale combat as a game mechanic, I would look at the Strongholds and Followers mechanics that are put out by the company MCDM. Those are that. And they can get very complicated. If your players just kind of like that from a narrative perspective, I would basically build it like a normal encounter, but I would have whatever plans they make the army do impact and help them or hinder them depending on what happens. So if they're like, all right, we're going to use the army to attack from a big frontal assault, we're going to have like arrows helping us out from behind as we charge the front. You run it like an encounter. They're charging the front, but maybe they sort of have layer actions where on round 20 and 10, all the bad guys get hit by arrows, stuff like that. So you could sort of turn it into... It just depends on what your players want. My players don't like learning new mechanics. They want everything to be very story-oriented. Even like... my players would 100% want to rally an army. And then they would want to tell me as a dungeon master what their goal is with the army. And they would want me to just make it happen and then decide everything. They wouldn't want it to be like a gameplay mechanic thing outside of like maybe rolling some dice. So it depends on your party. I would say talk to your players about how much they want to micromanage that versus how much they want to narratively manage it. And if they want to narratively manage it, just listen to them and build encounters around what they say. And if they want to micromanage it, look into some army battling mechanics. Because there's a lot of them out there. And I'm not going to be as helpful as people that have written out full proper documents and things. Yeah, dude, my robot, oh my god, I fucking loved him. His name is Guard. He's one of my favorite characters I ever played. Anyway, that's that. Did I miss demonic noodles level of silly? In some of the NPCs and in some of the banter between the players, we get to demonic noodles level of silly. one of the things that so the world is very grounded in that, like, most of the people in it that are people are not silly, but most of the magical elements are very silly. So any of the magical creatures or otherworldly creatures we interact with, like, talk like cartoon characters. But most of our characters and most of the other NPCs don't. So it's a little bit of a mix of serious and silly. My character, I think I'm a silly player, so my character, I also play my character for jokes a lot. Because essentially the whole gimmick of my character, at least starting, is that he doesn't really have like a personality or emotions. He literally is like a thing with objectives. And a lot of his story is sort of learning to have like relationships and feelings and learning to be sort of a living thing as opposed to a tool. Guard. Yeah, he was hella fun. Man, that was such a good show. I was so proud of that. Oh, so fucking good. Did I miss any questions in the chat? Has anybody sent anything? Let me just roll up a little bit. Boop, 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 ba-doop, boop. I don't think so. No, I think I hit everybody up. Nice. Cool. Boom! How's everybody doing tonight? You having fun? You having a good eve? Regardless of what we're doing on stream? I hope so. Okay. If you have another question or tangent thing you want to get me on, this is prime space for it. If you don't, we're going to spin. We're not going to spin. We're going to race again. So if you are ready to race, hop on over to Twitch. If you want to either just participate in the race, or you have some homebrew you want me to look at, or you want me to really focus in on a specific question in that I don't just answer it off my knee-jerk reaction, we, like, look into it. What is your favorite D&D edition? I have only really played 5e a lot. I have played 1 or 2 sessions. I've played 1 or 2 sessions of, like, 2nd edition, or somewhere between 1st edition and 2nd edition. I did 1 or 2 sessions for, like, one-shotty stuff, and that was fun, but, like, crazy. But most of my time has been in 5e. I started playing in 4e, and then when I transitioned to 5e, I still didn't really know how to play that well. So I didn't even really understand what was happening. I just knew that my character changed, but I didn't, like, know how D&D worked well enough to understand, like, the nuances of those changes. Not even D&D, TTRPG. I mean, D&D is my favorite. 5th edition D&D is my favorite TTRPG in terms of just because, like, I have the most familiarity with it. I really like Powered by the Apocalypse. I really like, I forget if it's Powered. I really like I like Savage Worlds. Savage Worlds has a superhero edition that is, like, so good. And it's so good at it's so good at helping you make really genuinely super powered characters. Like, you want somebody that can move for the speed. Like, to give you this is a character that I made in that game. I'm going to tell you all the powers they had at level 1. And it worked. They were invisible all the time. They were intangible all the time. They could fly. They were essentially an invisible ghost. They could possess people, and they could possess electronics. That's a character that I built pretty easily. And that's all they had immediately. So that the Savage Worlds superhero compendium is, or whatever, the superhero edition. Savage Worlds is one of those systems that has like 30 different themes because it's a pretty basic system that can be applied to a lot of stuff. But their superhero one was so good and so fun. And you can make so many different types of superheroes, and it's really free. Mutants and Masterminds is also fun. The problem with Mutants and Masterminds is going from the character building process is incredibly complicated. But once you've built the character, it's pretty solid. I am always in a way wanting to use stuff from 40k as potential D&D character. At the moment, I am painting a bunch of Wraithguard. I never know how to pronounce that. Would a Wraithblade work as a sort of Warforged or so? They are sort of mech controlled by a soul. I think so. I think that they're similar. I think the thing that you have to keep in mind if you're trying to mix anything between D&D and Warhammer, especially if it's from the player perspective, is you just can't be as crazy as and powerful. You just can't. Everything in Warhammer is times 100, and it's not in D&D. So the thing that's a little bit difficult if you're trying to translate a Warhammer thing to D&D is picking the right things that it needs. And then also debating whether or not it needs them at all. So, for example, yesterday or the other day, somebody sent in a homebrew species for an Astartes, so you could be a Space Marine. And it just felt random. Like, it just felt like it had a lot of random stuff going on. And the truth is, you don't need to build a species for Astartes because you have Goliath and Orc, both of which work perfectly to be that. So whenever you're translating something from one system into another, you got to kind of see if the game mechanics are already there for you to build the thing, like they just come out in a different way in that game, or if they're not there, you got to scale them down to fit or up to fit the power of that game world. What's up, Rainbow Snake? How's it going? As 40K as a TTRPG. Well, 40K has a bunch of TTRPGs. I've never played any of them. I've heard good to mixed things about a few of them. But Warhammer has a new TTRPG coming out soon, and I want to promote it, but they're not. But Games Workshop or Cube 7, they don't reach out to me. They don't hit me up. They don't respond to me. I'm not special enough. But I would definitely run a game in that if they were like, yeah, we'll send you some free books, show you how to play, help promote it. But Games Workshop doesn't really do working with content creators. They kind of just do their own thing. Just vibing? Hell yeah. Dude, if you're just vibing, this is the perfect D&D show to watch. Because it's not a D&D campaign that you have to pay attention to what happened for the last 30 years. It is literally us going on tangents, talking about D&D stuff based on what people ask in the chat, and then looking at Homebrew. We're fucking chilling. We're chilling like villains, dude. No, there's TTRPGs. There's Rogue Trader. That's like a TTRPG. There's one called Dark something. But the new one that's coming out is Warhammer Fantasy Classic. Has like a new edition coming out. Dark Sun is basically a Warhammer 40K setting. That's true. Black Crusade. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I haven't played any of them, and it sounds like some of them are really cool and some of them are not really cool. The thing that you have to do that is a little tricky for me with Warhammer is the thing that makes Warhammer so exciting is the lore. For me, more than anything else, it's the lore. And the lore is really, in some ways it's really open-ended, but in other ways it's really locked in. So it's, in order for you to run a TTRPG that takes place in the Warhammer universe, you really have to learn, I mean, you have to like either abide, you have to either force your players and yourself to abide by the established sort of like cultural world norms of the story you want to tell, or you have to decide as a group not to care about it. And if it is in any way a performative thing, you have to decide not to care about the mountain of frustration you're going to get from your audience who doesn't like that you're doing a different version of Warhammer, you know? That's the hard part. Like, if I was going to run a Warhammer 40K TTRPG, somebody would want to be an orc. Somebody would want to be a human. And immediately you're like, well, that doesn't really work. You know? So you got to I think in order to run a game well in a Warhammer 40K or Warhammer setting, you have to build it in a specific enough way that people can do a motley crew, or you need the group of people to want to be like an organized group. Like, we want to be Death Guard. You know what I mean? Like, that could work. I do like how with most of them, you can use the minis that come with them in other systems too. Yes, that is very true. Anything that gives you minis is a wonderful thing. I mean, it could work with, so there are parts of the Warhammer 40K universe, and I don't know enough about them to say this with enough certainty to start making videos about it yet. For folks that don't know, I have never played the Warhammer tabletop game. I read the books. I like the books, I read the books, and that means I am learning the lore, but I still don't know how to play the game. But I don't know all of the lore, because it's not all in every book. And a lot of the lore that is in the... And also, like, the things I'm learning have to do with how well the books are written a lot of the time, because I don't like the poorly written books. What's up, Sketch? How's it going? But there are parts of the Warhammer 40k universe that are so distant from the eye of the Empire that they kind of do their own thing. I'm saying that, knock on... Listen, don't hold me to this, because now we are entering the territory of I would want to look this up before I shared it, and I'm not looking it up right now because I don't want to take the time to go codex hunting at the moment. But I am pretty sure that on the opposite side of the Eye of Terror, on the far side, where there's sort of like a section of the galaxy that's kind of cut off, the rules don't necessarily apply as much in terms of who hates who and who works with who. What's up, Black Cat? How's it going, buddy? Welcome to the show. In the far reaches of space, in the deep parts of the space that are so far away from the Empire that they're like, they just don't know, then I think you enter places where you have like orc rogue traders, like orcs that are just being people, kind of. They're still being orcs, but that's where you can start to get really wonky with the teams, because it's a little bit more like we are alone in the void of space, and less like we are these different clans and different factions that are being both empowered and oppressed to hate each other. I don't mind raids. I love a good raid. What's up? But yeah, so I think that's one of the hard things about running a Warhammer 40k campaign, or Warhammer Fantasy is a little bit easier, because I think there's a little bit more of a distinction between like good and evil, and you can like there's exceptions to the rules more. It's much more like local. You also have to deal with like a lot of racism in the lore, which I don't love. I don't want to have to do it. I don't want to run an actual play where if you want to be an elf or a dwarf, you get to be racist, and if you're not racist, it's like inaccurate. That sucks. I don't want to do that. I would probably run 40k because I feel like you could just go crazy. But yeah, I don't. It's a lot of gobbledygook. You know what I mean? I'm glad you like my shorts, Sketch. We're streaming right now. I'm streaming like 3 days a week moving forward forever. I'm gonna take a break in October. I should look more like this. I keep looking over at chat and you're over here. I'm gonna be taking a break in October because I'm gonna be traveling. But after October, when I get back from Australia, not only am I gonna probably have a pretty fun video or two with a bunch of friggin' Australians, I don't know if you guys know Zach Speaks Giant. He's a YouTuber, but he's also like a very good friend of mine. And I am going to be staying with him, and we're going to be hanging out, and it's going to be so much fun. But when I get back from Australia, we're going to be streaming a little bit more, and there's going to be a couple things we're going to be doing. One is we're going to be doing some actual plays for the very first time, where I'm going to have a weekly game that I am playing in, that I will be streaming. So if you want to watch me play D&D as a character with other fun, goofy content creators, including Zach Speaks Giant, that will be happening. Separately from that, I think I'm going to run my first actual play that I'm running live, and I'm still trying to look for other people to be in it. Zach might be in it. I'm going to ask Maldhound, who is a Magic the Gathering creator that I really like. And he and I have done some collabs before. I'm going to see if he wants to be a character. I think it'd be really fun. So we're going to be doing a couple more like D&D focused actual play streams. And then the other thing that we're going to be doing more of is collaborative gaming streams. So, low-key, I and a number of creators have been playing World of Warcraft Classic. It is my first experience playing World of Warcraft, and we probably are going to stream some together. But I'll say this. We're playing hardcore. My first time playing... Yeah, Malthound is a good friend. He's a great guy. And I want to be his dungeon master. We'll see if he has time. But me and a couple other content creators have started playing World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore mode. It's my first time playing Warcraft ever, or World of Warcraft ever. And I have a level 14 or level 15 Warlock. And I haven't died yet. And last night, everyone else died but me. So now everyone else is making new characters. I have no idea if Maldhound plays D&D, but I don't care. He will. He has such a gamer... Like, if you have a good brain for Magic, you can learn everything you need to play D&D pretty quickly. Like, there's so many things you got to keep track of in Magic. If your brain works for Magic, your brain will work for D&D in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the game mechanics. He is very fun and very funny and very silly and very smart, which makes me think he'll be a pretty decent player all around. Do you have an idea of the setting? So there's two. So the game that I'm going to be playing in is a little bit of a gimmick campaign. And the gimmick, I don't know if, whatever, who cares? The gimmick is going to be, we are all going to stay level 1 the whole campaign. So it is going to be a campaign that is very much, the goal is like, you are the hobbits in Lord of the Rings. Like, you are not beating the trolls by fighting them. You are beating them by convincing them to stay up all night talking and joking, and they turn to stone. And it's also, when you stay at level 1 the whole campaign, your species is literally like half your class features. So it's going to be much more like we are going to have to be thinking out of the box and using our items and our magic items and like the environment to solve problems more so than just us power scaling. So I'm very excited for that. I think that's going to be really fun. The campaign that I want to run is more traditional D&D in that I want everyone to level up and stuff. And I think I have like a base plot. I have like a setting in mind. The setting for the campaign that I want to run, I think this is the first time I'm sharing it publicly, is in the briefest of nutshells, the material plane used to be essentially the crossroads between the planes. So it was like the highway that everyone went through to go from one plane to another. It was the middle. And it had all of these cities that were like half in one plane, half in the other, magic up to the wazoo. One day, shunk, magic turns off. No one knows why. Not magic. All of the interplanar magic turns off. Every interdimensional portal, every way station closes. Any extra-dimensional creatures from the celestial plane, from the Feywild or wherever, whoever was in the material plane when it closed is now stuck here. And whoever was in the other planes when it closed is now stuck there. The material plane is completely cut off from the other planes of existence, and they can't figure out why. So the world is like, that's like the history. So that's like where the world is at, is like, material plane is kind of alone, and there's all these very magical creatures that don't want to be here, that are stuck here. And there's also a lot of magical infrastructure that used to be here that isn't anymore. Spells like, are all the other planes still connected to each other at all? I do not want to get into the weeds too much of the world because it could potentially be spoilers for plot stuff. Because what I'm hoping is the plot will largely sort of work around them solving that mystery. Or figuring out how to reconnect the whatever, we'll see. But so that's like the history of the world. But the action of the story that I want to tell initially, the type of campaign I want to run, is essentially a X-Files show where or Scooby-Doo, where the world hasn't had real magic in it for a while, and the magic that still remains has been largely contained or is dying out or is like raging. But there's not a lot of like just random bits of magic. And where the story will take place, where it will start, is that magic is like flickering back, and the party will play a group of people that are essentially SCP Foundation. They are sent out to investigate anomalous events, and then they are going to figure out what is happening in places and then try to solve that problem, and then hopefully learn about the world and adventure along the way. But basically, like, there is a weird mystery in a town. They go to that town and try to solve that mystery. That's kind of the plot I want to do. And I am 99% sure that if it works out, and I get everyone that wants to be in it, and I get a good squad of people, and we're doing it regularly, I'm 99% sure I want to start making the anomalous things they encounter homebrew that you guys make. So what I want to do, the goal for this show is sort of threefold. One, I want to play D&D with my friends, and I want to show them that I can be a cool dungeon master, because not a lot of my friends have had me be a dungeon master for them. Two, I want to do more D&D content creation, and I would love if I had a actual play that I streamed that had like a halfway decent audience. I don't mean quality of audience, I mean quantity. Quality, you guys are fucking golden. But it would be fun to run an actual play where there were, like, people that were, like, hyped about it and, like, theorizing in the Discord about what was that. Like, that, I would love that. I would love to have an audience, like, doing that with a D&D game I was running. I've never had that before. That'd be fucking awesome. And then the last part is I think it would be such a fun way to playtest Homebrew. And also it would be a really fun way to spotlight Homebrew that I think is fucking awesome. So it would be like, there might be an arc, like, and I don't know what the infrastructure is going to be for me to pick. I honestly might just go through the Discord, and then if I find a piece, ask a person if they care. But I got to figure it out. Maybe if there's, like, maybe the mods, or if there's a group of people in the community that want to do the work to, like, look through the Homebrew to find stuff that's, like, the best in a way that I don't have to be judgy, we could do that. But I would love to, like, take a cool Homebrew magic item that one of you made and write an adventure where someone is using this item, and, like, that is the solution of the mystery. Is they figure out they take, you know, that item, or a monster's doing a thing, but it's a monster you made. I think that'd be so fun, you know. So anyway, that's the goal for the D&D game that I would like to run. Is that one where it is, I'm playing D&D with people I like, and we're doing a fun D&D game. I get to do a fun, wacky adventure story. Everyone gets to see my style of Dungeon Master. Finally, can put my money where my mouth is. And then also I get to spotlight your Homebrew. I think the only way that that's going to work is I need to figure out how to... I want to make sure that anyone's Homebrew that I use, they want me to use it. And also they know that, like, they don't give a shit. Like they're happy for it to be in the... Like, because there are definitely pieces of Homebrew that people make where they're like, this is for a compendium I'm working on. If you were going to put it in your show, I wouldn't want you to. Or I would want you to pay me. But then there's also going to be people that are like, this is for a compendium I'm putting on. I want you to put this in my show because it's like, it makes people excited for my compendium. That being said, the last thing I want to do is, like, do it for exposure. So I don't know. I got to think about all of that. As soon as I'm asking to use other people's work in a thing I'm doing, it opens up that whole fucking can of worms. Do I want Kevin? I love Kevin. Dude, Kevin's my man. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, Milky, I think that's what we would do, is we would have a separate channel for people to post Homebrew for the show. I think what I also need to do is come up with what the expectations are in terms of what the person who makes the Homebrew can expect from me. And so no one's, like, upset if I'm not paying them, or if, like, I change it or something. And then I also think that I might need an element of filtering, or whether that's people voting or something, to, like, figure out which things to include. Because if 45 things are posted, I don't even think many. Let's say if 10 things are posted, that's still a lot. That's still a lot for me to go through to, you know, that's still a lot for me to be like, which one of these am I going to use? And I might want the court of public opinion a little bit on that. We'll see. I don't know. But then it reveals the secret. Okay. I don't know. You live in Australia? I don't live in Australia. But yeah, that's going to be the plan in the future. And we're also going to start doing some Red Dead Redemption roleplay. I actually built my character in Red Dead Redemption roleplay in the server I'm in. And I walked around in it the other night, but I barely understand how to play. And literally all I did was walk around, and then I went into a store, and I spent like 5 minutes trying to figure out how to interact with the store, and then I stopped playing. So I think I need to know a little bit more of the I need to know a little bit more of how to do it before I start role-playing doing it, because it'll just be you guys watching me trying to role-play while I'm confused. That'd be so fun. Oh. Okay. Should we look at another piece of Homebrew? Anyone? Did I answer all the questions that people asked me? I think I did. I don't think I'm Mia Stanley. Have I seen the Warcraft movie? No. You want Kevin? Yes. All right. All right. The music has to change if we're doing a race. It's a race. Okay. Let us do. Oh, where's it is Okay. If you would like to either submit a piece of homebrew that is a magic item or a monster, you want me to look at it, or if you want to just ask a question that I can sort of guarantee you I will spend some time on, or if you just want to have fun, then go on over to the Twitch chat if you're not on Twitch and type !play in the chat. This is what you must do to play. This is what you must do to play. And if you do it, you shall be able to play. And if you don't, you shall not. Ready? Get in there, friendos. Now or never. Type it in the chat if you want to. We're going to give everybody a second because inevitably there's going to be someone from YouTube that wants to do it and takes them longer to notice what we're doing. There's one of them. Guys, I gotta say, I really like this new system of streaming where we're sort of playing a game and we're sort of just hanging out, and that's like the cash, that's like the baseline, and then occasionally we'll do like events and things. I like that a lot. Okay. Kurt Cardor is there too. Okay, folks, I think we're ready to go. Anybody else trying to get in? All right, here we go. Ready. Oh, and they're off. Not yet. Now they're off. Here we go. No worries if you gotta go. Don't forget to cast spells in the chat. Oh my goodness. It's hard to tell who's winning. Oh, here they go. Oh, speed up! Juv, 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 juv. Edmar, it's really changing so fast. It's hard to tell. Oh, look how cute is it at the end. All right, are there any danger zones? Is there anything that's going to kill anybody? I don't think so. I don't think this is a death map. Yeah, you could Misty Step, cast Haste, Long Strider. Silent Image might be good. Maybe like enhance ability for dexterity. Teleport's not going to work unless you have a teleportation circle that you're affixed to. Dimension Door is a better option. Time Stop might help for sure. Time Stop's solid. So it's your only 9th level spell slot, so just be careful with that. Make it count. Ooh. The Sharp Dressed Bear and Sketch are kind of neck and neck here. Oh, I think Sketch has it. Yeah, Sketch has it. Boom! Sketch. Sketch takes it. Anybody else even joining this? Why are you all stuck? What's happened to you guys? Oh, you got jammed up. You got jammed up. All right, Sketch is the winner. All right, Sketch. I hope that you've posted Homebrew, or if you didn't yet, I hope you know where to in my Discord, or you don't want me to look at your Homebrew. Let me know. If you don't want me to, if you don't have Homebrew for me to look at, that's fine. If you do have Homebrew for me to look at, you are going to post it in the thread in my Discord called September 22nd, Monsters and Magic. It is linked in my announcement in my Discord. Go post that. or tell me if you tell me if you have a question. If I don't hear from you soon, I'm not going to be able to look at anything that you made, and I'm just going to celebrate your victory, but it's going to end with the celebration, and that's it. Which is fine. Sharp, so don't worry, buddy. Don't worry, buddy. I believe in you. Also, we have plenty of stream days where it's not a wheel, and it's just like if you're here, you can ask a question. That's usually what we do on Sundays. All right, I don't see... Sketch, buddy. You gotta tell me what the fuck you're doing. I love you, and I'm so excited that you're here and you're participating. But if I don't find your homebrew or find your question soon, we are going to go on to the second place winner. Let us see. Sketch. I mean, listen, he's out of the ad now. Ain't no ad now. Good night. Good night, my dear German. You're going to be the only folks that are going to be able to protect us once my country goes fucking crazy. Or once it's done going crazy. It's already started. Get out of here, Edmar. You're a champion. How much time do I give Sketch before we go on to second place? Because I love you and I'm so excited that you're playing, but I haven't heard from you and I haven't seen you post in the places in the Discord. Or anywhere in the Discord, for that matter. 30 seconds? Well, it's been a lot more than 30 seconds at this point. You think 30 more seconds? All right, we can do... We can give him 30 more seconds. It doesn't need to be intense, though. It could be a casual 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, so cash. Okay. Has it been 30 seconds since you said 30 seconds? All right, I think we're moving on. Love you, Sketch. You can get into the next one. Sharped! We're going to look at yours. Sharped, did you send in any homebrew? Or did you have a question you wanted to ask? Let me see. You did? All right, cool. Sharped, I need you to post it in a way that I don't need to download it. I'm not downloading something. No worries, Sketch. We'll get you another time. Sharped, it needs to be, if it's just Google Doc, an image even on Imager would be fine, but I'm not downloading shit. I love you, but I'm not downloading anything. All right, I'll give you a second. I'll give you more than 1 second, you son of a gun. Uh-oh. They're multiplying. What if I just did the whole stream like this? Would you guys like that? Would you love it? Could you learn to love it? All right, let's see. Did they post yet? 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 No. Post. Post. Okay. In Red Dead Redemption, in the RP server I'm doing, my character is going to be a monster hunter. And I'm saying that with 95% confidence that there are not monsters in Red Dead Redemption. But that don't matter. That's not stopping him. Posted as a doc. Dankeschön. Thank you. Don't feel bad also. You didn't do anything wrong. I didn't tell you anywhere what to do. You didn't apologize, but sometimes people apologize, so I preemptively said don't. Wait. What Redem server do you play in? You play on Sin? I haven't... Okay, I think saying that I play on a Red Dead Redemption server is a big deal. I have joined one and played in it for 10 minutes. It is called Diablo RP, I think. It's an Australian server. And genuinely, I just picked it because a buddy of mine is sort of like... I don't know if he's a moderator of it or a part of the dev team, but he basically was like, I'm trying to get people to join this server. And he told me about it. It sounded really cool. And all the people that are in it sound cool. And then I was like, I know Red Dead Redemption doesn't have monsters, but what if I made a character that was a monster hunter? And he was like, that would work really well in this server because it's got like a creepy eldritch wink and nod to it. So he didn't really say there were monsters, but I think he implied that whether or not there were monsters, they have changed the game and added things in a way that there are things to investigate, whether they are monsters or just fucked up people. Anyway, what do we got here? The Bander Ant. Let's see what we got. Bander ants are tiny, cat-sized insects. Not so tiny if they're cat-sized. I mean, technically tiny, I guess. From like a D&D mechanics perspective, that communicate using pheromones. They are common sight in the group. Okay. First of all, I love this. I hope that you drew this, and if you didn't, I need you to, in the future, name the artist. But if you drew this, you're a fucking champion, and if you didn't draw this, it's yours? Yeah, genuinely fucking awesome. Okay, so let's talk about the flavor text for a second before we look at any of the actual mechanics here. Is the most important part of these creatures the fact that they communicate using pheromones? Is that what makes these is that the most interesting? Is that the defining feature of these guys? I hope not. Not because that's not cool, but because I imagine there's more to them than that. Why is the first sentence telling us about them communicating with pheromones? That's such a hyper-fixated detail. Don't start with... Listen, I might eat crow in a minute when I look at the stat block, so just be ready with a plate and some seasoning if I need it. But having not read the stat block yet and going off of a lot of assumptions, this is a fucking random thing to make the first sentence. Your flavor text is a hallway that your readers need to walk down. And I think it is much more important for you to set the stage of what these guys are like than explain a minute detail of their anatomy / culture that, like, it's just not, it's not, they get crazier the more pheromones there are. That is interesting. That could be your first sentence. That is not what you put here. Okay? What you just said is interesting. If that's the thing that you are trying to get to, then put that first. Bander ants are a tiny, cat-sized insectoid that become more vicious the more pheromones they are around. Something like that. But that's interesting. This is literally nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's sort of like saying, like if I say, like, so for example, if I make like a two-headed ogre, and it can talk to itself, and it can cast spells, and I want to get to a point where it can concentrate on two spells at the same time, and that's sort of what makes it unique. If I make the first sentence, the two-headed ogres can communicate in two languages at the same time, that shouldn't be the first sentence. I might be saying that to get to the idea that they can cast two different spells at the same time, but the fact that they can speak two languages at the same time is not the main course. You know? It's like explaining the bark, not the tree. Explain the tree. And I see that you get into that here. And that's fine. But your opening sentence needs to be evocative and exciting. Your opening sentence is essentially a sales pitch for the person who's reading it, and it's getting the sale is making them want to keep reading. I think having a cat-sized insect is cool, but I'm bored by the end of this first sentence. And it's because you're getting into the minutia. We don't need the minutia. We need the exciting strokes. I want your goal when you're writing flavor text should be, I think, threefold. Part one, when they are done reading the first sentence, They kind of understand the most important, they kind of understand the vibe, and they are eager to read the second. That's goal 1. Goal 2 is that the rest of the flavor text gives the dungeon master inspiration for coming up with ways that they can incorporate it into their game or build encounters around it. And rule 3, and 3 is maybe the hardest one, also it's not as important always, it depends on how strict you want to be with yourself. It should be fun to read. The whole thing should be fun to read. When I'm done reading it, I should be fucking pumped. I should be eager and energized. I shouldn't feel like I just read a paragraph. As soon as your reader feels like they are reading, they are going to enjoy it less. The best writing you flow through, because it breaks itself up with shorter paragraphs, longer paragraphs, punchy little bits, punchy little sentences, and your brain forgets that it's doing work. So one of the easy ways to make that happen is to make your flavor text short and kind of just exciting broad strokes. Okay, let's jump into the actual beast of this thing. Banderant, 12 AC, 8 hit points, real squishy. Can zip around. Vision 60 feet doesn't mean anything. Does that mean... So, if the intention is that they are blind outside of a range of 60 feet, the way that you would write that is blind beyond 60 feet. Or 60 feet, senses, vision 60 feet, blind beyond that point. Or dark vision 60 feet, blind beyond that. But vision 60 feet doesn't mean anything. The challenge rating of the Banderant increases with the group size. Oh, don't do this, man. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Are you making the stat block the building blocks for building the monster? Don't do that. So it looks like you have a small pack, a medium pack, and a large swarm. Just make different stat blocks, man. Do you know what the least fun thing to do as a dungeon master is? Get homebrew that makes you do work. So if I want to run a small pack, I have to change all these stats manually. And I have to do that all of these. Every single one of these times. So that's just, I would just not do that. Just make different stat blocks. Or make the things that they get based on how many there are, like, a little bit different. Because you also get into this weird position where it's like, how big is a medium group? Because nothing in here says that the creature's size changes. So, words as written, medium group doesn't do anything. Like, what is that? How do you accomplish a medium group? So does that mean if you have 8 of this creature, all of them get this feature? How close do they need to be? You know what I mean? There's so many things that are missing here. So I would say fuck this, genuinely fuck this, and just build 3 completely different monster stat blocks for the different sizes. This is not the way. This is overcomplicated, and you are trying to simplify something, and by simplifying it, you are creating a severe lack of rules that need them. How do you determine a small pack? How close do they need to be? That kind of shit. What happens if one of them dies? What happens if one of them moves far away? So, I think the idea of creatures that are more powerful when there's more of them is really cool, but you need to make that mechanic make more sense logically, and don't make me do fucking work. Like, don't give me... Because here's the other thing, right? There's literally mechanics for swarms. Like, there's 100... Not 100, but there's probably like 10 to 20 different swarms of blank in D&D. And if you look at them up, every single swarm has a couple things that they all have. Because there's a logic to when you have a swarm in terms of how that would affect things. Okay? When you have a swarm of creatures, they're probably harder to grapple because they're not really grabbing a creature. So shit like that. So all swarms have a couple base mechanics that they all have. And that is how you manifest a swarm. So, because the other side of that is, how does this work? So let's say I want to have a swarm of 12. That means that I am keeping track of 12 different creatures. I am rolling 12 different attack rolls every round. That's annoying and frustrating and fucking crazy. So the way that D&D deals with when you have a massive amount of the same creature is you have one stat block, and that one stat block is a swarm. So I think that the way you make this work is you make swarms. Don't do this. This is not the way. Other thing. And now this is something we were talking about at the beginning of stream, but I think it is important here too. Where's the flavor? Where's the flavor? Where's the story of these creatures? Rules as written, this is how they work. If there's 4 together, they all have a +3 to their AC. If there's 8 together, they also get their attack rolls and their damage goes up. If there's 12 together, their damage goes up. So what is the pit? What are we falling into here? What is the unique mechanic that these things have? The unique mechanic that they have is they all get more features the more of them there are. Is that the unique mechanic? No. That is not the unique mechanic. That is the journey to the... I mean, I guess it is a unique mechanic. I take that back. But what is the outcome of that unique mechanic, should I say? It's just numbers go up. So if the mechanic... And now, that could work here. Because that's actually a gameplay thing that you can interact with. Like, the more of them there are... Let's say... But we need more rules. Like... What if they get a +1 to their attack rolls and saving throws for every other one within 5 feet of it up to a certain number? So the players have the ability to make them weaker by separating them. Okay? But that doesn't work if we don't know how far away they need to be before these things activate. So that could be something that you do. But also, try not to make everything just numbers go up. Numbers go up is, like, not that interesting. You know what I mean? It's like the most... It's like... It's the different... It doesn't feel like anything outside of... It doesn't feel like anything. It feels like, oh, danger up, but not in a way that is particularly flavorful or exciting. It's just like, just literally danger up. So, I think that what you should do is you should build 3 different stat blocks. You have an individual one, and then you have a little swarm and a large, medium swarm and a large swarm, or whatever. And maybe, or make them individuals and just completely drop the swarm mechanic and just give them weird bonuses when there are more of them around each other. But don't build it like this. Don't build it like this. And for the love of God, don't make me, like, rebuild the math. Don't make me redo the math. I don't want to have to recalibrate what their attack rolls and damage rolls are. If you want them to do a little bit more damage, great. But this is like, I need to now remember all of these different individual things. And it's not a lot. It's a medium, right? It's not a lot. It's a medium. All of these are very rememberable if you really try. But I think it will actually really bog down the game. Because they're not that big of a difference. There's not that dramatic of a difference between any of them. Especially not between medium and large. The difference between medium and large is 1d4 damage. That's nothing. So, the fact that I have to keep track of this thing that isn't going to dramatically change the way the players feel about it is sort of like I'm doing work. I'm doing more work for the payoff, I think. So, if I were you, I think you either build features that are more tied to the idea of pheromones, as opposed to just numbers go up in terms of what the mechanics are, and or you need more of a mechanical system for how they activate around each other. I hope that is clear. The Sharp-Dressed Bear, if you have any questions, let me know. I love the idea of a little bumblebee ant. I'm a little pissed off that it doesn't have any bumblebee features at all. Like, it's literally just an ant. I think it should have some bumblebee vibes. Yeah, that is huge, dude. If you write a lot of homebrew for yourself and you can very quickly get into a headspace of you not learning the most efficient or the most evocative ways of writing it because you don't need to. Because you understand the system you built and you understand the excitement of the thing you built because you made it. So, you probably could just run this or do whatever because you could just decide what the rules. But when you're making homebrew that you want other people to read, it needs to be laid out a lot more clearly. And it needs to be part of the goal is not just getting the idea on the page, but getting it on the page in a way that is enjoyable for someone to figure out how to use and to interact with. And if you're just writing for yourself and you've always just written for yourself, you don't have to do that. But yeah, so I think outside of the formatting, stat blocks, building monster stat blocks, straight up though, dude, you should, honestly, you will grow as a writer even for your home games if you redo these to be swarms and you go and take a little bit of time and look up how swarms work, because there's a lot of stuff that will feel better, both in terms of running this for your players and in terms of like how unique they feel if you make this a swarm. Because straight up, even if you might feel really comfortable running this, I guarantee you your players are going to have more fun fighting these things if you as a dungeon master aren't keeping track of 12 different monsters' hit points and 12 different monsters' action economy. That's not... Whether or not you think it bogs up the game, guarantee you it does. Guarantee you it does. As soon as you start shifting to using swarm stat blocks, and that's what you're going to... Whoa! It's going to be night and day different. But especially if you're trying to make homebrew for other people to read and other people to look at, you can't assume they're going to know how something works. You can't assume they're going to take the right step. You have to be very willing to accept that they are likely going to misinterpret or reinterpret something in a way that is not your intended way. And you want to try to get the language in there and the formatting in there to encourage them to go about it the way that you intend. Man, make this more like a bee. I think it's so fun looking. Give it a stinger, dude. Give it the ability to sense stuff or get people's vibes or something. Like, the pheromones need to just... Like, pheromones is such a fun, interesting idea to play with. To make it more than just numbers go up, you know? Give this guy more bee vibes. Let him make honey or something. Also, why doesn't it have wings if it can fly? Why doesn't it have wings? Yeah, yeah, so, yeah. At the very least, making it a swarm is going to be huge, yeah. Just like, I think if it kind of sucks when you have more turns than the players. You know? And also, combat is not fun in D&D. This is combat in D&D. I make a plan to do something cool. I try to do it. I either succeed or I fail, or the situation has changed that I need to come up with a different plan, and then I have to wait for 20 minutes. If your players, like, because here's another, I mean, even just from the perspective of, like, you want to be able to run your game, like, with a reasonable amount of speed. Also, thank you very much, Sharp Dressed Bear, for sharing. Wait, let's before I tangent, let's give them a round of applause. Where is that? Where's my applause button? Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Really fun idea. Let it breathe, Brother Bear. Let it breathe. Players don't... Like, here's a good way to think about it. Let's say you have 4 players, okay? Let's say each player takes 2 minutes to do their turn. Realistically, they're going to take longer. But ideal circumstance, everybody takes 2 minutes. You, as a dungeon master, you're controlling some monsters, you're setting stuff up. You take 5 minutes, okay? That's also unrealistic. You're going to take more than that a lot of the time, too. If you have 4 players, everyone's taking 2 minutes, and you have a dungeon master that's taking 5 minutes, best case scenario, your players are waiting 10 minutes, even more, 13 minutes, between turns for getting to do anything. If you have 5 players, it gets even worse, 6 worse. Now let's say they're taking 3 minutes. Suddenly you're close to 20 minutes between players getting to do anything. It is very hard to limit how much time a player takes up to do the things they want to do on their turn without being a little bit oppressive feeling. So the 2 best tools at your disposal for speeding up combat are 1, you taking less time on your turn, and 2, making sure anything you are putting in your game that your players are interacting with, whether that's magic items, the subclass, species, whatever, is easy to understand and navigate so they don't have to ask too many clarifying questions or look stuff up that much. But those are your main tools. I had a group once that was 8 people or 7. It was 7 people, and it was too much. And in order for us to make combat work, I needed to basically do a timer. And that sucked. I didn't want to do that. That sucked. I felt really bad doing it. But if I didn't, it was like literally 45 minutes between people's turns. So at a certain point, you gotta like decide, small party, I am going to speed run my turn, so I just gotta not do anything too I gotta just like understand what I'm doing, and also make sure everything that the players understand what they're doing, and like I'm not giving them a magic item that takes 10 minutes to read. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Guys, I think we're gonna wrap here. I think we have come to a reasonable wrapping spot. Tomorrow, we are going to be looking at species, feats, and spells. So if you have a homebrew species, feat, or spell, we will be looking at that tomorrow. I will also be going on tangents, answering questions. If you had some homebrew that you wanted me to look at tonight that you didn't get a chance for me to look at, that's okay. Share it in the Discord, in the peer review section. People are good at responding. What I would say is if you want somebody to give feedback to you on your homebrew, give someone else the same amount of energy and attention that you hope someone gives you. If everyone does that, everyone gets feedback. And in general, people are more responsive. People give more help to people that help. Does that make sense? And there's a lot of smart people in there. And then also, regardless of that, on Sunday, we will be doing another sort of open call stream where we're not playing marbles, where people can just call in and ask a question, and we'll look at some homebrew. And it's first come, first serve, call-in show style. And if you have something that we missed here, we can talk about it there. You guys are amazing. I am really enjoying streaming again. I have missed it. I needed that break. Our numbers are really small right now. Like, when I was streaming last year, I would have like 50 to 100 people on YouTube and like 40 to 50 on Twitch. We have like 20 on Twitch and like 10 on YouTube. But I don't really care because I kind of just want this to be here for the people that want this. I don't need this to be the main thing I do. I want it to feel earnest and community. And you guys help make that happen. So anyway, I love you guys. You are the core of this for me. You're the champions. Have a great night. Be good to each other. Do not forget, friends. Do not forget to feed your pets, to be a good person. I love you. Have a good night.